Expert is also here. After my expert's direct testimony, he may ask you for a quick break to consult with his expert before his cross-examination. After the phone expert, both parties would ask you for about a 10 or 15 minute break so we can go through some of the proposed exhibits with what will be the state's last witness in our case in chief. And then we'll get that witness on the stand, Judge.
The break that you'll ask for, Mr. Evans, after the direct of Mr. Harriman's witness, will it be short, or do I need to excuse the jury for a few minutes?
I would ask probably just excuse them for a few minutes. But it won't be a long break. I mean, 10, 15 minutes.
That's fine. And that witness, your witness, is in court.
He is.
And that's okay with the state?
Absolutely, absolutely. He's an expert witness who's here, and he's here to listen to the expert witness from the state, and we don't have a problem with that.
That's fine. All right. If there are no other matters to take up, we can bring in the jury. Well, do we have the people from outside, the audience in? Do we have the audience in from outside?
Can you hear me? Mic test. Yo, mic test. Yo, mic test. Test the mic.
Jury is now entered into the courtroom, Your Honor.
Mic test. Test the mic. Mic test. Test the mic.
Good morning. Good morning. I trust everybody had a good night. Good. We're going to
Morning,
get
Jerry.
started this morning. We got a little work to do. Mr. Hagerman, call you next witness.
Lieutenant Lockheed.
Stand right here, sir. Raise your right hand facing Your Honor.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat. Will you check, please?
Could you tell us your first and last name, please?
My first name is Mahaj. My last name is Abdulbaki.
And can you spell the first and last, please?
Yes, sir. My first name is spelled M-A''Hajj. My last name is spelled capital A-B-D-U-L hyphen capital B-A-A capital Q-E-E.
Let me first apologize for you having to be here, because I'm going to take responsibility for it. Okay? You are an extra witness to clear up a mistake from yesterday. Okay?
Yes, sir.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Memphis Police Department.
And how long have you been with Memphis Police Department?
26 years.
2021, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to the homicide unit.
Did you have occasion to work on the case having to do with the murder of Adolph Thornton Jr., the rapper known as Dolph?
Yes, sir.
In particular, on November the 24th, and then on November the 26th of 2021, did you have occasion to go to the Crosstown building?
Yes, sir.
For what purpose?
We were attempting to see if there was video footage in connection with this investigation.
Did you speak with security there?
Yes.
Were you allowed to view video there?
Yes, sir.
Did you retrieve video from there?
Test the
Yes, sir,
mic.
we did.
And was it accurate surveillance footage from the building
Yes, sir.
from November the 16th and November the 17th
Yes, sir.
of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And was it one camera angle or many camera angles?
Many camera angles.
In fact, November the 26th, I'm looking at your supplement. You actually created a timeline of the various events that you witnessed on the surveillance tape. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
With the hour and the minute, and then what you observed.
Yes, sir.
Correct? For instance, at 2:41, the surveillance video shows a male wearing a black cap with a Bass Pro logo. You made that sort of timeline. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
That accounted for, or did it? Did it account for the comings and goings
Let's say he buried in the
of the
flat suit.
suspect that I sort of just described with the Bass Pro hat?
Yes, sir.
Those videos that you viewed and that you obtained, did they have timestamps on them?
Yes, sir.
So when you watched the videos, you could see what time it was and you could see the time going as you watched it.
Yes, sir.
Those accurate timestamps?
Yes, sir.
The origin. What is the origin?
Did I explain to you
Judge, I'm
earlier?
going to object to the answer about accuracy unless he lay a foundation as to how he would know that.
Sustain.
Did you review the footage with the security officers?
Yes, sir.
And when you reviewed that security footage, did you Were you invited back to see, where they had this footage and where they kept it and everything?
Yes, sir.
And did you observe the time on the video that you were, when you were back there, to be the true time of the security cameras?
Yes, sir.
Did I explain to you before you got on the stand how those videos were played to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Did I explain to you that each sort of event, let's say it's the man in the Bass
If you're
Pro
watching
hat
this live, please share this video
building
for me.
at 2:40 a.m., okay, was shown as a reel, which would mean the individual, for instance, would walk to the elevator and be on the elevator camera. And then when he got in the elevator, it would switch to the inside the elevator camera.
Yes, sir.
And when he got to the lobby, it would switch to the lobby camera. And when he got to the parking area, it would switch to the parking camera.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you obtained the videos, though, you got videos of each separate camera. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did I explain to you that when you make a reel of the cameras, that the timestamps disappear and aren't part of the reel?
Yes, sir.
And did I tell you that to make up for that, a black screen was inserted in front of each of the events on the reel that had a date and time of what we were looking at?
Yes, sir.
Did I tell you that of the various events, that black screen was correct for all but one?
Yes, sir.
And I tell you there was a mistake with regard to one of those reels.
Yes, sir.
And I want to take responsibility, for that. I want to show you and ask you if you recognize these to be the original videos, not made into a reel, that you obtained from Crosstown with regard to the suspect leaving directly before Dolph's homicide. Okay?
Okay.
And I don't know if you can see,
It's
can you
crazy
see
though when
through
they
the
get your
plastic to
apartment
the
on
green writing
footage.
up top?
You
Yes,
leaving
sir.
and all that.
What is that green writing up
Folks,
top?
I'm playing on
Green
games.
writing up top says 8th floor W8 elevator, and it gives the, I'm looking at a date of 11/17/21 with time of 10:49 and 26 seconds, 28 seconds right now, a.m. Central Standard Time.
Okay. If you could stop it just for 1 second. That's 10:49 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Did I tell you that the black screen that we had seen previously said 11:49 or 11:41 was off an hour?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did I tell you that was a mistake?
Yes, sir.
And we'll take ownership of that mistake. Is this the true timestamp?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Get this video ready for TikTok.
Judge, may we approach briefly?
Anyway, I'll stop the camera.
Let's stop the camera.
So we're watching the entire video, not spliced into a reel. Go on for another, so we go on for another 20 seconds. 20 seconds.
Can you hear me?
And
I know y'all can hear me.
Now it's 10:51, now it's 10:51, 14 a.m.
Yes, sir.
We go to the next camera. We go to the next camera. You see the timestamp on this one? You see the timestamp
Yes, sir.
on this one?
Yes, sir.
10:50 a.m.
Yes, sir.
10:50 a.m.
Yes, sir.
All right. Be right back.
We're ending that one. It's 10:51. It's 10:51 a.m.
One second. One second.
10:51 and 47 seconds. 10:51:50, 10:51:50. Next one. Next one. It's 10:52. It's 10:52. It's 10:53. 10:53. 10:55. 10:55. Turn it into 10:56. Turn it
Yo.
into 10:56. It's right at the. It's right at the 50-something seconds.
Yo. Alright. What's going on, everybody tuning in? We tuning into the Young Dolph murder trial. Make sure everybody can hear me perfectly. Can everybody tune in? Can y'all hear me perfectly? Let me know in the comments y'all can hear me.
white vehicle, 10:56 and 25 seconds. Seconds. Yes, sir.
Man. Ooh.
Even though we've seen those videos before, spliced together as a real, these have the true time, the true time, the true time, and the true time error on it. I would like to introduce these. I would like to introduce these into evidence. States Exhibit 5, that States Exhibit 5, keep it open for digital evidence. We have. They're going to be labeled. They're going to be labeled, and they're going to be labeled. So they're going to be labeled. So for these, they're labeled. On these, they're labeled. Timestamp included. Correct time. But if we need to, also assign an A, B, C, D.
And does that not need to coincide one incorrect one?
I'm gonna put this on one source.
There's been a one shown yesterday with the wrong time. That's on this same one, right? So how are we gonna know what this video coincides with?
And
They have the time. They have the time. And we know what happened was. It's a real time. It's 10:50 ish. if I'm wrong, we've watched sort of one event that you viewed on the Crosstown video, is that correct?
Yes.
And we've watched the original video with the Thompson.
Yes.
And the times that we saw were 10:49 to 10:56 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Approximately an hour and a half before the shoot.
Yes, sir.
You also watched other video, correct?
Yes, sir.
An earlier video from around 2:40 that morning, when the suspect left the Crosstown complex, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also watched a video from around 4:48 with the Mercedes arriving at the Crosstown complex, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you've watched sort of one video that later that evening around 7:52.
Yes, sir.
And we've watched the original video of the suspect returning to Crosstown.
Yes.
Is that correct? And the times that we saw were 10:49 to 10:56 a.m.
Yes, sir.
17 p.m. approximately with luggage an hour and a half before the Crosstown concourse. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you also watched other videos. You also created a timeline of an earlier video from around 2:40 when you originally watched the video when the suspect left the Crosstown complex. 26 of 2020. And you also watched a video from around 4:48 with the Mercedes arriving at the Crosstown complex. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you also watched a video from later that evening around 7:52 p.m. Of the suspect returning to Crosstown. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then a video around 8:17 p.m. of the suspect with luggage leaving the Crosstown concourse. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And as you watch these videos, did you also create a timeline of these events?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that back when you originally watched the videos, 11:24 and 11:26 of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Now, I passed you this document and asked you what this is. Those times I just read to you from that timeline, did you verify those are the times when those things happened?
Yes, sir.
With the videos with the timestamps?
Yo, can you hear me?
Before they were ever put into reels or whatever?
Yes, sir.
Those times I just read to you from that timeline, did you verify those? Yes, sir.
Hey, John. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, sir.
Doing all right today?
Well, and you?
Doing well, doing well. So I've just got a few questions for you. Appreciate you being here.
Yes, sir.
So you were asked some questions about obtaining the Crosstown videos, and I think you said that you went on November 24th to try to obtain video from Crosstown and the 26th.
Those
Yes, sir.
times I just read to you from that timeline.
Did you go twice
Did you verify
because
it?
you weren't able to get them the first time and had to go back, or were you able to get some the
With
first
the,
time, some the second time?
Videos
We're not
with
able
the
to
time
use
stamps.
anything initially,
Before they were ever
had
put
to have
into
a
reels or
technician
whatever.
to actually retrieve the video. What we did, we went in and reviewed, when I say we, I'm talking about my partner, Sergeant West and I. We went in and we reviewed within a certain time frame, which was from, I think we reviewed from 2:30 to about 11 o'clock. It was our time frame of review. And we went and reviewed those time frames and had bookmarks done.
Okay.
Once the bookmarks was done of
Doing all right
videos
today?
from, well, each
Doing well,
section or
doing
part
well.
of
So
campus.
I've just got a few questions
And
for you.
Crosstown Concourse,
Appreciate you being here.
Then their technician came in later.
So you were asked
Those
some
bookmarks.
questions about, fair to say, that the system, the Crosstown. You're
videos.
watching these videos as a computer system? And I think you said that
Not like
you
old
went
school
on
VCRs.
November
Thanks,
24th
Ronnie.
to try to
You know,
obtain
wall
video
of
from
everything.
Crosstown and the 26th.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure in your, did you go
Law
twice
enforcement, you
because you
collect a lot
weren't
of,
able to get them the first time and had to go back, or were you able to get some the first time?
And you would agree with me that it's not uncommon
Anything
for
initially,
surveillance video
because they had to have a
timestamps to
technician
be inaccurate.
to actually retrieve the video.
And I think you said the way that you
When I say,
went about trying to confirm accuracy was by looking at the time when you were there and looking at the video and saying it was the same, like those times match. If you're there on the 24th at 2 p.m., you looked up at the system and it said on the video. it was
Okay.
Once the bookmarks was done, you prepared the live view,
The
videos
live
from each section,
Um,
part of camera view at Crosstown
but
Concourse. Then the
You
technician
would agree with me, you
later
weren't watching the live
downloaded
view
those
on
bookmarks.
November 17th.
Fair to say that the system, that you're watching these videos as a
Or
computer
November
system?
16th,
Yes.
when these concourse videos.
Not like old school
Were actually
VCRs.
being recorded. Thanks, you run, you know, a wall of everything.
You're going back and
Okay.
reviewing.
Archived video
And I'm sure in your
format.
Law-
Career in law enforcement, we
Correct.
collected a lot of surveillance.
I'm sorry, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that it's not uncommon for
And
surveillance video.
truth be told,
timestamps to be inaccurate.
you can't, whether it was the live. view
And
was
I think you
accurate,
said the way that you
you can't say
went about
whether
trying to
confirm accuracy was. by
it was
looking at
accurate on the
time
17th.
when you were there.
right?
And
All you did was
looking
look
at
on the
video
24th and go,
it was the same.
my watch says
Those
it's
times
2
match.
p.m.
There
on
on
the 24th at 2
At
p.m.
that time.
You looked up
Example,
sample, and the live view shows it as 2 p.m. on the 24th. Therefore, this
Prepared the
must
live
be.
view.
That's right.
Yes, we use a live view to see if the cameras were accurate during that time before. we
But-
did the bookmarks.
You
But
would agree with
that
me, you
test
weren't
alone
watching
doesn't
the
tell
live
you
view
whether or not
on November 17th.
It's accurate
on November 7th.
or
November 16th, when these concourse.
You would have to
videos
agree with me, right?
Were actually being
So
recorded.
you can't say that these timestamps, you're going back and reviewing
An archived
as to
video
what occurred on November 16th
format
of those, right? Because
Correct.
you don't know if the system
I'm sorry, man.
was rebooted, malfunctioned, something happened, and you can't speak to
Truth be
I
told,
can't tell you if anything happened to that system. I
you can't, whether it was the live view was accurate,
As far as
right?
live view's concerned.
You can't say whether
That's been our best practice to do.
it was accurate on the
Video
17th.
To make sure.
right?
that they're
All you did was look on the 24th and go,
Between
my
hours.
watch says it's 2 p.m. on the
Sometimes
24th,
it can be a 30-minute
I'm making
time,
up that
1
time
hour
just as
time.
an
That's
example.
why we do the live
and
best
the live
practice.
view shows it as 2 p.m. on the 24th.
Therefore,
And that's something, because
That's right.
especially on a system like this, that's
Check,
something
see
that
if the cameras were accurate during that
a
time.
computer technician would have to tell you, right?
But
Someone familiar with the system.
that test alone
doesn't tell you whether or not
audits the system or
it's
works on the
accurate
system
on
or
November
produces
7th.
qualified teams in November 6th.
To let us know if there was a time.
You would have to
there was
agree with me,
inaccuracy. Yes.
So you can't say that
You
these
didn't have
timestamps are accurate
You didn't have that information.
as to what occurred on November 16th.
With us at the time, because he was the
Right?
one. that
Because you don't know if the
downloaded,
system
all the footage that
was
we had bookmarked.
rebooted,
There was no one there.
malfunctioned, something happened.
Let us know that, yeah, this
You
is
can't
the
speak
time.
to any of that.
I
But
can't tell you.
other than saying, we've booked, because you said you bookmarked it, other than saying, we've bookmarked these times, did you ever say, was there any issue with the system? Do you know these times to be accurate?
That was never a question. To make sure that there
You
is
just based
no
that on the live time.
differentiation between our minutes to tell us that sometimes, because sometimes I get 30-minute time loop on our time loop. That's why we do live view best practice before we begin.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Right, and that's something, Because especially on a system like this, that's something that, you know, computer technician would have to tell you, right? Someone familiar with the system that audits the system or works on the system and, or at least is qualified and knows the system.
To let us know if there was a time loop or there was any accuracy.
Nothing further.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
And you didn't have that. You didn't have that information.
Well, we had the computer technician with us at the time, because he was the one that had to download
Hunter, next witness.
all the footage
Michael
that we had
Gardner.
bookmarked. So yes, there was someone there to let us know that, yeah, this is the time.
Right. But other than saying we've booked, because you said you bookmarked it, other than saying we've bookmarked these times, did you ever say, was there any issue with the system? Do we know these times to be accurate?
And that was never a question answered.
All right. You just based that on the live time.
Yes.
All right.
His ability to tell us that we were in live time, and was actually doing the time in which we started the preparation of bookmark.
Perfect.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Oh, 1 second.
Step up first, sir.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Do you swear or affirm the
Thank you,
truth?
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Hunter, next witness.
Tell the street, Michael Gardner,
Michael Gardner,
and spell the first and last name for the rest of the case.
Michaelgarner.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a criminal investigator, special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you been with TBI?
Only 3 months.
Because you were with MPD before that, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I
Correct.
retired in June after 20 years.
20 years MPD, and now you're at TBI.
Yes, sir.
At some point during your service at MPD, did you become involved in digital forensics?
Yes, sir. In 2018, I was assigned to the organized crime unit, and some digital evidence came in. Yes, ma'am. They needed some, a computer guy to look at it, and that's when I started digital forensics, which became full-time in
Tell us
July.
your name, please.
Michael
Well,
Gardner.
do everybody
6 or 7 years
can
ago, you got your
drop
start
all the
license.
love
Yes,
and all
sir.
the gifts.
And then full-time MPD, what is it?
Garner. We extracted evidence from mobile devices, GPS monitors, car infotainment centers.
How are you employed, sir?
Reported those findings. I'm a criminal investigator, special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you been with TBI? Did you
Only 3 months.
receive and have you received special training before that to do that switch
Yes, sir.
up?
I retired in both digital forensics and cellular
20 years
technologies.
MPD, and now you're at TBI.
Started with cellular technologies in 2012.
At
And got
some
my first
point during your
certification
service
in
in
2014.
did you become involved in
EATC
digital
tech.
forensics?
And yes, sir, in 2018, 2015, I was assigned to the organized crime unit, and some electronic digital evidence came in, and I got certified PLX guy to look at it, and that's when I started all digital record analysis, which we had PLX. And working digital forensics, we like to try and marry
6 or 7 years ago, you got your
cellular
start.
technologies. Yes, sir.
And then full-time in
Cell phone
MPD, what
carriers
is a digital
with the
forensics
device
person?
itself. We extracted evidence from mobile devices like cell phone monitors and car infotainment centers. And of course, forensic applications like Celebrite and the investigators working on cases that would pull the data from the device and look at the CDR.
Did you receive and have you received special training to do that switch up?
Yes, sir. In
And
both
is there
digital forensics
still training
and
that you
cellular
do, keep updated on
technologies.
this?
Yes, sir. Just started with cellular technology changes, like all 12, and got my first certifications in 2004G, going to 5G with PAC tech. Every 2 months, I continued education with, I started working sometimes 1-hour blocks, but often 3-hour blocks, electronic surveillance and communication intercepts involving technologies. And that's both through a company called PinLink with their system and called detailed record analysis, EATC PLX. And then working with digital forensics, we like to try and marry the cellular technologies
Of your training hours on
cell phone
various
carriers with the
digital
device
forensic
itself.
days, is that correct?
Yes, sir, and I started working.
How many hours of training have
applications
you
like cell phone,
had?
almost 1,300 hours.
on this 1,300 hours.
Of course, sir.
And that is actual training that's not,
Would pull the data from the
you also do your job too, right?
Yes, sir. That is outside the scope of a complete picture of like a digital footprint.
With regard to what we're going to be talking about here
Yes, sir.
is
This
cell
technology,
phones,
changed quite
and
often.
mentioned it already, call
You know, the
detail
last couple of
records.
years. Yes, sir.
4G
4G going to 5G.
Quickly, I know that you have
About every
a
2 months.
presentation that helps
is
explain the
continuing
technology.
education with- Yes, sir.
If you could just
Sometimes
sort of
1 hour
quickly
blocks,
tell me what
often
you
3
mean
hour
by
blocks of
call
instruction
detail records.
on just the evolving technologies.
So when you
And that's
sign up
both
for
through service through a cell company, their systems, and you've got an account with that company, they can monitor the usage
I'm gonna have you explain what
of
some of
that
this is.
account,
Testified.
and that reporting
Handed
out
me a list
that
of
they
your-
receive is the call
of your
detail
training
records.
hours on
It's just
various,
the records of your calls.
digital forensic
coming out.
base, is that correct?
Yes, sir, messages.
How many
data
hours of
usage.
training have you
And
had?
they break it down. Almost 1,300 hours. You can be billed properly. Yes, sir.
And that is actual
Good service.
training that's not, some of these call detail. You also do your job too, have
Yes, sir.
tower.
That is
information.
outside the scope of my. Yes, sir, yes, sir.
And what do we mean by tower? What am I trying to say? With regard to what we're going to be talking
So the
about
the
here
cell
is
towers,
cell
what we're
phones,
talking about here.
and
Your
you
cell
mentioned
phone
it already, call
radio.
detail records.
Yes, sir, it's like a walkie-talkie or a can. and
Quickly,
two
I know that you have,
strings. Little,
you have a presentation that helps explain the technology.
Yes, sir.
If you could just
To a
sort
tower.
of quickly tell me what we
then
mean by
relays
call
that
detail
communication
records.
To whether you called another cell
So
phone.
when you
or
sign up for
service
another
through a cell company, and those communications got an account with that company, and they can monitor the usage of that
Someone like
account.
you,
And
do
that
y'all
reporting
have
out
access to
that
like
we receive
where these
is
towers
called
are?
detail records.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. It's just a record. The cell site database, I get messages, FBI data usage, a website, and they break it down, say verify me as a law enforcement officer properly, and they can make a little bit of money and be a real good service. When Sprint
Because
bought-
some of these call detail records have tower
I'm sorry,
information on
AT&T
it.
bought Sprint. Yes, sir.
And what do we mean by tower? What am I trying to say when I say tower?
Go on my back. I
So,
don't know.
so the, every time you look at towers, is what we're talking about here. Towers, your cell phone uses, towers are always changing, much like a walkie-talkie. List of towers, a can and two strings, and the list changes from the, but it's a wireless communication from that device to a tower.
And so
Then
in your
relays
job,
that communication to
or
whether
sometimes you
call
ask,
cell phone
or are you sometimes asked
or
to
another
look at
country.
call detail
And
records that
those
have tower
communications
information
are logged with
and
the
attempt to
company.
determine approximate areas
Someone
on that
like
particular
you,
device to
do y'all
be
have
located at
access to,
certain
like,
time, where these
Yes, sir,
towers
quite
are?
often. Yes, sir. The
and are you
cell site
able to do that?
database, I get, if the data's there, absolutely, yes, sir. A
Have you
website,
done
I have
that
to
one time, or have you
register.
done
They
that
verify me as a
lot?
law enforcement officer. And that almost 1,000 times. When Sprint
Uh,
bought,
Almost on a day-to-day basis at MPD?
I'm sorry, yes, sir, AT&T daily Sprint.
And
They
part of your job
merged their
now,
towers, they turned some of the towers on.
at TBI.
So, yes, sir. Every time you look at a case.
Was
you
a lot
look
of
at
that
towers
training,
during that time frame.
those
Because
hours,
the towers are always changing.
spent on
And I get
that sort of
list of towers.
concept or that
And the list of changes.
practice?
Over a third of those hours are like cellular technology indicate.
Have you had in your job, or sometimes you ask, or are you sometimes asked to look at call detail records that have tower information and call detail records approximate area and location of that particular device
Yes,
to
sir,
be
I have.
located one time or multiple times?
Yes, sir, quite often.
State court and federal court, are you
Federal
able to do
court
that?
was digital forensics. If the data's there, absolutely, yes, sir.
And have you done that? For digital forensics, that include extractions from cell phones?
Yes, sir.
And what is an
That
extraction?
Almost 1,000 times. This is, we take the device. and
almost
if
on a
we're
day-to-day
able with our
basis
Software and
at
technology,
NVIDIA.
we make a, yes, sir, copy daily, if possible.
And part of your
everything that's
job
on that
now
device. And then
at
we
TBI?
take a copy of that, make a copy. and then we
Was a
analyze
lot of that
copy.
training,
We'll-
those hours, and to do that, spent on that sort of trained in the various programs and everything that extract information?
Yes, sir, a third of those
And
hours.
trained how to look at it?
Yes, sir.
And have you received that training? Have you had any?
I have this, some of the other hours in there. Received training from both the vendors of the softwares that we use.
As an
like
expert
Magnet and Celebrate.
These call detail records,
And then
emphasis on
non-vendor
location,
training.
before?
Yes, sir, I have.
One time or multiple
And
times?
multiple times, CFI.
State court and federal court?
Service. Federal court was digital.
Your Honor, I would tender
cellular technology.
this witness, Mr. Gardner. The digital forensics that include extraction, call detail analysis,
Yes, sir.
emphasis on
What is
location,
extraction?
and digital forensics.
No
This
objection.
is, we take the device, and if we're able with our software
Well,
technology.
I'm not saying I got it right? Call detail records,
That device. And then
emphasis in this
we
case on
copy that,
location,
make a copy, and then we analyze that copy.
and digital forensics.
What we pulled from the phone.
And to do that, do you have to be trained in the various programs and everything that extract information?
Yes, sir.
And trained how to look at it?
Yes, sir.
And have you received that training and those certifications?
I have some of the other hours in
So I
there.
called by this-
I
this
received
witness,
training from both the vendors of the softwares that we
expert
use,
in
things
the
like
area
Magnet and
of
Celebrate,
call detail records, is
Gray
emphasis
Shift,
on location,
and then
digital.
non-vendor
What's that
training
last word?
through
Digital
ISIS
forensics.
and his
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm struggling with the technology over here. Your Honor, I would tender this witness, Mr. Gardner, as an expert in call detail analysis, emphasis on location, and digital forensics.
No objection.
Show me what that, the particular was again.
Well, I'm not saying I got it right? Call detail records,
this case.
Yes, sir.
emphasis in this case on location. This, just verify this is your report.
Yes, sir.
All right, I guess we should go ahead and mark that as Stacy's.
No objection.
So I called by this witness, Mr. Garner, you know, as an expert in the
76.
area of the call detail records, emphasis on
Is
location.
it 76 minus 3 or is it 76?
What was that last word?
76 minus 3 is 70.
73.
Digital forensics.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was- I'm struggling with the technology over here.
Special Agent Michael Garner will mark this as a collective exhibit number 64. Done.
Mr. Garner, have you prepared a report with regard to this case?
Yes, sir.
Let me pass you this, just verify this is your report to the witness. And if we could publish this as I asked Agent Garner.
Yes, sir.
All right, I guess we should go ahead and mark that as mandated on the computer up here.
No objection.
We're ahead of the game. I just see the title page with regard to this case, is that right?
70, yes, sir.
All right, we skip to the next.
76 page document.
Is it 76 minus 3 or is it 76? Go ahead.
76 minus 3. So during my presentation, I just want to show these slides.
It's entitled Tennessee Bureau of Investigation of Cybercrime and Digital Evidence Report prepared by
About what I'm talking about here,
Garner will mark
kind of
this
an
as a
overview
collective
of cellular
exhibit number.
cellular technology and how it works. Because some people think you hit send on the phone and it goes to a satellite and then it comes down. They do have satellite phones, that's not what we're talking about here today. And then we go to the requested information of what they had asked me and then my analysis, and then the map.
You could return that to the witness. And if we can publish this as I asked.
And here's a kind of go over the cellular technology that I've had hundreds of hours of training in.
Managed to get it on the computer.
So we see these when we're driving down the interstate, or we're pulling in the grocery store.
I just said it's the title page with regard to this case, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, we skip to the next.
What we really are interested in is the tops of them, they're called heads. And those little white. So during my presentation, I just want to show these slides. You might see 3, you could see mapping out 9, where the base tower operation is. It all depends on antenna. Kind of want to top each about what I'm talking about here. I'm pretty kind of an overview. So, and the cellular technology and how it works. More so, some people will coverage send on the phone when it goes to a satellite with better service. They do have satellite phones. That's not what we're talking about here today. And then we'll go to the requested information, and then the next slide, what they had asked of me, and then my analysis. What I'm talking about, and then we don't want to have the thought that just because it's a radio wave, how does that work? Unless a device is calling another device on the same tower over the cellular technology, all these radio waves actually touch and comment.
Look at those.
Like our So we see these when we're driving down the interstate, we're pulling in the grocery store. It actually touches. So that is cell tower, cell site location. Goes from base station to the tower. What we really are interested in, controller, is all that stuff called these computers and those looking for little white
cell phone towers.
Those are not there.
That had to get your head caught on rate though. Damn cell phone tower, your phone on you commit a crime. Oh, you was here.
Phones that it's communicating with, the top entire network.
Yeah, why they just want to get rid of a burner phone? They did too.
And know where the
Yeah, once you do the crime, shit, what you holding on for? You ready that shit?
the better service they can
Get your way.
so that
Jordan.
the gateway goes to copper. So, and this copper line, and then the next line
Shit crazy.
connect multiple switches. When I talk about, we don't want to lie, so this all
T-Mobile.
just because it's a radio wave. How does that work?
Tell 'em,
Wireless
yeah.
network unless actually got a device is calling another device on the same tower. And so even though these radio waves wirelessly device, it's actually touching like our, it's actually going to our house. So it doesn't go into space and it actually touches copper. And anywhere where you don't have a cell tower, you're not going to have base station cell coverage. And all that's doing, so if you're not
on? Hey, Mike, look at this.
You call. If it's not there, it's kind of silly, but you want to you see the cell towers, that's going to have a cell phone that it's communicating with. So this is how this entire network.
This is how the network works.
routes your
I guess.
calls.
You know what you're saying?
Each of those where
Sell the car from T-Mobile.
That's how they can connect.
The
That's
phone,
what
hit, you know, say hit the tower. Tower go to the base control, which goes to the mobile telephone switch office. Then it goes to the gateway of control. I mean, it goes to the gateway MTSO, and then it switch over to AT&T's gateway, switch over, and then go back to that phone. That's how it works.
That antenna is wireless network, and it's actually got a backbone.
I invite any youngin to watch this trial.
And so even though we're using
Oh,
a
you
wireless
good?
device, and it broadcasts out, but it also has
Take a
a
screenshot.
so it doesn't go in space and it doesn't come down.
Move this out the way, man.
Lab and anywhere where you don't have a
Print my
cell
screen.
tower, you're not requested cell coverage, particular antenna in the ocean, for example, what its frequency broadcast is, you would get a graph much like this, but you want to think, you see the cell tower, and based on that graph,
Make sure I
they
post
build a
that.
cellular network, much like a honeycomb from around your calls. It's very strong. And you get overlapping signals along. So in case one, and that's side of the tower gets full, or there's a building in the way, a lot of trees. Another side of the
Another
tower,
picture
they
they got.
cover that weak area on that tower. So they overlap these separate broadcast radio again to give you the best service. In a lab, so they laboratory environment happy. That is what area that antenna is broadcasting money in a perfect. So they design these. It's cell about a 20 degrees to maximize coverage. 120 degrees spread. That's how they're set up. Broadcast out. But it also has a little bit of broadcast and some on the back honeycomb. But that's in a perfect lab environment. Black triangle like the center. That is one kind of broadcast. You requested what directions? Particular antenna.
You're gonna leave your carrier unless you're stuck with your carrier. It's too much trouble.
If you're unhappy, there's no too much trouble, sir. And based on that graph. So this is a map study from that work case, much like a, and I just wanted to show you what my mapping software, and some of our map software is going to report so in case one side of the tower. What it's showing you is it's accessing a side of the tower, a lot of trees. Showing another side of another tower angle can cover that shaded area. So they overlap. That is there by the software. Again, catch your eye. You the best service. You know, so they can make money. No, if you're unhappy, person analyzing it, they don't make any money. That's the direction the antenna is designed. So it's not to tell you maximize coverage where the device is, and that's how they're set up. Talking about which way are the radio frequencies that we're communicating, just like a honey. Which way was it pointing? That's all that shaded area, black triangle.
I'm looking at this thing right now. My tower is this thing right here, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you know, your carrier unless you're stuck with your carrier, it's too much trouble.
If you're unhappy, there's no too much trouble.
If you're talking about the shaded area,
So here, this is a mapping from an old case I've done, and I just wanted to show you what my mapping software, yes, or some of our mapping software
There's
going to report out.
There's a cell phone.
And so what it's showing you is
Using
it's
the cell phone
accessing
out
a
here
side of the tower.
It's not going to use that
Showing a
tower.
120-degree angle.
Can you see my?
in that
You may not be able
shade.
to see
I
my.
cannot see, I'm sorry. That
Oh.
is there by the
Can you see it?
software.
Okay, you see it?
Yes, sir. Catch your eye.
Does that mean if I got a cell phone like right out here, that
Person
it's not going to
analyzing
use that tower?
that's the direction the antenna is broadcast. If that cell phone accesses that tower, it is using that tower. Where the device is. I can tell you just talking about which way the radio where it is, where it's communicating with the device.
Okay.
Which way was it?
I guess I was trying to figure out when you
That's
said
all
it's to catch our eye.
So
I
I'm
think
looking
you.
at this thing right now.
Why'd you say this area here was to
My
catch our
power is this thing right
eye?
here is in
That's,
red.
yes, sir. I want your eye to
And
know
we talked about like
that the
120
phone
degrees
was
of
accessing that tower
That's gonna
from
be
that
this-
direction. That line there, that
And I guess that's why I'm asking because that shows more than a
Shaded
direction.
area.
That shows a bound.
is that, it shows an area.
Is
And that
for-
shaded area
I guess
is
I
just
call
to
it
draw the
illustrative
eye
purposes
more
or something?
towards.
Does that
It's
mean
coming from
that
that area.
there's a cell phone using, does this cell phone out here, things straight, it's not this boundary, a strict boundary when we start?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. That's what, you may not be able to see. So this is illustrative of sort of
Yes, sir.
an area or direction. If I got a cell phone like right out this boundary very well may extend a little further or a little less, not be perfectly arc
I don't play about
shaped.
the towel. They mapped it out like they show you how far the tower reaches around a certain area. That's how they say he was in somewhere in this little area.
It is put in by the
Okay.
software.
Well, I guess I was trying to figure out, when you said it's to catch our eye, I think you,
That antenna was pointing.
why'd you say this area here was to catch our eye?
Yes, sir. I want your eye to know that the phone was accessing that tower. Next slide, that direction.
And I guess that's
This
why I'm
is
asking,
actually what
because that shows more than a
cell site
direction.
broadcast
That shows a
looks
boundary.
like. That shows two cell sites.
Okay.
That shaded area is just to draw the eye more
sectors
towards, and that topmost antenna that is in red, instead of behind, bottommost is in blue.
So is this bound, so that's what I'm trying to just get things straight. Is this boundary a strict boundary when we start? Absolutely not. That's what I thought, okay. So this is illustrative of sort of an area or a direction.
This is from an actual.
That this boundary very well may extend a little further or a little less, not be perfectly arc shaped.
Inside that shaded.
And maybe,
Yes, sir, that boundary has having access to blue tower, the cell site coverage, the tower, not having it all. It is put in by the software. It's somewhere just as illustrated, just to know. So I can't just where that antenna was. I just know that it access that tower is in that tower's coverage area. And I'm saying, the next slide, right now, we're looking at this, we're looking at one antenna. This is actually what a cell site broadcasting, broadcast coverage. That is two cell sites broadcasting two different and broadcast sectors, or one antenna on that topmost antenna. See how it overlaps? That bottommost is
so I
in
do
blue.
see, I understand what you're saying about
See
the
how
overlap.
They overlap each other and bleed over in each other.
This
and
thing's gonna go
have
out,
that side lobe and
this
the
thing's
back.
gonna go out, and they're gonna overlap each other.
Like sort of saying.
What are the colors here? I
Where
don't
was this
understand
device?
this. There's this
This is from an
brighter
actual case.
red
The
pink
tower is
thing,
fixed.
and then there's
Where was
purple.
the device? That purple is the mixture of that blue and that pink. If it's
I got
red,
you, all right, so
it's
this
somewhere
light
inside that
blue
shaded
down
red
here,
area is the bottom access to
okay,
blue tower.
and then the pink is
tower.
the top tower.
Yes, sir.
Or where they
It's somewhere
overlap
in
is the
blue.
purple.
Yes, sir.
So now we
So I
see
can't
that we're
tell
never
you
dealing,
where.
it doesn't look like
I just know
we're ever
that
gonna be
access
dealing
that
with
tower is
straight lines,
that
or straight
tower's
arcs,
coverage.
and just 120 degrees.
And I'm saying tower, so right now.
And it looks like we're also gonna be dealing with multiple towers
On a
at the same time.
Yes, sir. So we're looking at that 120 degree antenna. You can see on the pink, there's some behind it and broadcast, there's some on the side of one antenna on that. So that tower, those radio frequencies are actually bleeding back behind.
Okay, so I
you
do
can
see,
be
I
behind
understand what
the
you're saying
tower
about overlap,
and still
but
connect to the opposite face. It all
This
depends
thing's
on the
gonna go
traffic of the
out.
tower. And these maps.
this thing's gonna go
that
out, and they're gonna
mapping was
overlap each
done
other.
at a certain
What are the colors here? I don't
specific
understand this.
date and time.
There's this
It will change
brighter red
based on
pink
the weather.
thing,
It's
and then there's
raining.
purple.
That purple is the mixture of that. Where you have a music fest
I got you.
downtown.
All right, so
where
this
they're
light
gonna shrink-
blue
they're gonna
down
down the
here
strength of the tower is the bottom tower.
Okay, and then the pink is the top tower,
Yes, sir.
but where they overlap is the purple.
So, yes, sir.
So now we see that we're never dealing, it doesn't look like we're ever gonna be dealing with
that
straight
can
lines or straight arcs
turn down the
and
power
just 120
is
degrees.
never. No, sir.
And it looks like we're also
I'm
going to
not-
be dealing with multiple
I'm gonna ask
towers.
a question that may
at
skip
the same
ahead. I'll
time.
also want to go ahead and
And that
ask it.
120
What I'm
degree
getting
mark,
already
you
from
can see
this,
on the pink,
correct me
there's
if I'm
some behind
wrong,
it,
is
there's some on the side of it.
you
So that
or
tower,
anybody
those
is not
radio
going to be
frequencies
able
are
to
actually pulling you
pinpoint
back behind.
exactly
So you
where
can
a
be
cell
behind
phone
that tower
is
and
in
still
terms
connect to
of
the
a
opposite
meter or
face.
2 meters or 10
It all
meters
depends
or
on the
20
traffic of
meters
that tower.
at
And
any
these maps,
particular time.
that mapping was done.
What
at
I'm
a
getting is that we're talking
specific
about
date and time.
areas.
It will change based on
Uh,
weather. It's raining.
what I'm
the tower's
getting
not gonna go out as
is
far.
You
We
can
have
tell
a
me whether or not
music
the
fest
cell phone
downtown.
is in
They're gonna shrink.
this
they're
area,
gonna Turn down the strength
and
of the tower so that it
this
becomes
is
a
an area
smaller
downtown
area.
called
You have
Uptown.
more people in a
Okay.
smaller area.
and not
So
in
these towers, they bring the
Midtown,
tower that could be
over
maximum,
here.
and then they can turn down the power. One thing to point out that I left out.
So I'm
is
not,
all those little
I'm going to
dots.
ask a question that may skip ahead.
Those
I'll
are
also want to go
other
ahead
cell
and
So
ask it. So
what
that can
I'm
help me
getting
exclude
already
where
from
I'm,
this,
correct me if I'm wrong,
Because a
is
cell phone,
you or
it's not gonna grab the
anybody
nearest
is not
tower.
going to be able to
It's gonna
pinpoint exactly where a cell
with the
phone
nearest
is
available
in
tower.
terms of
If that
a
tower
meter or 2
is,
meters or
if you
10
think of a
meters
tower
or
as a
20
cup of
meters
water,
at
if it
any
has
particular time.
too many transactions going on,
What
that
I'm
you can't hold
getting is
anymore,
we're talking about
that tower will let you
areas.
skip it. Yes, sir. You will grab the next
Uh,
one that's available to
what
you.
I'm getting is
But
you could tell me whether or not the cell phone is in this area,
Those towers being
and
full at that exact point in time.
this is,
So
so probably, you can see where my cursor is right here? Okay.
You would be closer
And
to the
not
towers than you would be out
in-
there. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so if I'm Midtown, access over here, one of these two towers right here,
One thing to point out that.
then my
I
phone's
left out
probably not
Is all those little blue dots.
4 or 5 towers over right
Those
here.
are other cell towers.
I got you.
And
So
especially
that can help me
looking at this
exclude
map, that
where
little
I'm
blob of
looking.
Absolutely. Down because
Bottom
a
right-hand
cell
corner
phone is coming from that tower.
You see what's going
Grab
on
the
over
nearest
here.
tower.
We got some
There's-
action going
It's
on.
gonna need, we have one, communicate with the nearest available tower. From that tower, that tower is, if you think that tower device is in that block, it's probably not gonna grab that tower. There's so many transactions going around that it can't hold any that's closer to it. That tower will let you skip it and it will grab the next one that's available to it. But you're probably not gonna skip 3 I mentioned a few of these things because of probability coverage towers are full at that exact point in time. And so.
So I'm probably, you can see where my cursor is right here?
Downtown, we have closer to the towers than you will be right away from the shelf
Yeah,
water.
so if I'm
And the range of that
If I'm
tower antenna
accessing
is going to
one of
be
these
based
2
on the
towers right
population, the
here,
terrain, the number of towers
Right.
around it.
then my
The
phone's
device
probably
always
not
gonna grab the nearest
4 or 5 towers
available
over
tower
right here.
Closer available.
I got you.
And especially looking at this map, that little blob of pink down at the bottom right-hand corner is coming from that tower at the top. But that there's, how many we have?
Do we begin your work on this case?
Four towers from that tower to that blob. If that device is in that blob, it's probably not going to grab that tower that's up at the top. It's going to grab one of the ones that's closer to it, that's
At some point during this investigation,
available.
did you receive call detail records for phones relating to the investigation of
I
the murder
mentioned a
of
few of
young
these
Dolph?
things. The coverage is never
In
perfect.
particular, did you receive call detail records for a telephone that was identified to you as belonging to Justin Johnson?
Downtown, we have the. Yes, sir, I did.
Did you receive call detail records for a phone
And the
identified to
range
you as
of that
belonging to
tower
Cortez?
antenna, yes, sir. Is going to be
Did
based on
those
the
call
population, the
detail
terrain,
records
the
have
number of towers
what I call
around it.
a
Because
tower
the device is always
location
going to grab
information?
the yes, sir, available tower.
Were you
Closest
asked certain
available,
questions,
not closest,
um,
closest available.
Do we ask you certain questions about what you could determine about those phones?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And with that,
You can begin. Do we begin your work on this case?
yes, sir. With Attorney Harry Mention and case investigator Jesse Browning, they gave me call detail records on this 901 2361625.
At some point during this investigation,
They were
did you receive
by the search
call
warrant,
detail records for phones
in
relating
December
to the investigation of the murder of young Dolph? For the record, is that the phone that was described to you as one of Justin Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Call detail records for a telephone that was identified to you as belonging to Justin Johnson?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you receive call detail records
Between
for a
1
phone
a.m.
identified to you as
and
belonging to
10
Williams?
p.m. Yes, sir.
Did those call detail
That
records
was the
have
analysis done.
on-call and
The
tower
236.
location information?
They did, yes, sir.
Were you asked certain questions? Did we ask you certain questions about what you could determine
This year.
about those phones?
They brought me another phone number related to Cornelius Smith.
You can begin.
901-5. So in February this year, 36, I met with Attorney Hager. And again, they were case investigators. They were obtained by a search warrant in December of 2021. Call detail records on this 901. This device, 236-1625, time frame of November 17th, they were received 11 a.m. by the search warrant, 10 p.m. by the investigator on the case in December of 2021.
For the record, is that the phone that was described to you as belonging to Justin Johnson?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then they'd asked me, this is very difficult to see on November 17th, 2021, between 1 a.m. able to make all this out. But this is an overview of Shelby County on November 7th, Memphis, Tennessee, and that was the analysis done. The locations that they had given to me with regards at these dates and times. These locations are important. In April, can you overlap the cell record, another phone number, just show movements? And
Let me go ahead and interrupt you and try to walk us through just location.
36. Yes, sir.
Okay, just what we have.
Again, they
right here.
were obtained by a search
With
warrant.
people not from Memphis to
2021.
Okay.
And covered that.
On
This device,
Mississippi River,
they only asked a time frame of November 17th between 11 a.m.
downtown
and
Memphis,
10
is that
p.m.
right?
Yes, sir. Many hours.
It's probably
on the
about where
second
we are
phone.
right about here or something, is that right? I think that's the bridge.
Oh, okay, I see the person, I couldn't see it, I apologize.
Oh,
Yes,
so
that is
very,
correct.
very difficult to
Yes, sir.
see
From this
downtown
angle.
Memphis.
So you're probably gonna
I go up here to my.
not be able to make all this
dot
out.
Here,
But this is an
2
overview of
miles
Shelby
away,
County,
is that crosstown
Memphis, Tennessee.
concourse?
Yes, sir, with
There actually is
the
another line
locations that
next,
they
which is probably impossible
had given to me
to see
with regards
from where they are.
at these dates
And
and
if I go
times.
to my next thing.
These locations are important. Can you overlap the cell records? Just show movements. And
Let
what,
me go ahead and interrupt you and try to walk us through just the location gas station.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just what we have here. We have people not from Memphis to south. Okay, south Memphis. This is near the Mississippi River. This is the homicide scene of 2370 Airways.
Yes, sir.
Downtown Memphis, is that right?
yes, sir.
And it's probably about where we are. Further south, here or something, is that right? Whitehaven over here. You know, further south, the Gospel Garden apartment. That's the bridge.
Oh, okay, I see the person, I couldn't see it, I apologize. Yes, that is correct. Yes,
South
sir.
Memphis, downtown Memphis, homicide scene, technically south. Go up here to the neighborhood Orange Mound.
Yes, sir.
Here in Orange Mound, a few miles away. Is that Valero gas station?
Yes,
by
sir.
University of Memphis. There actually is a yellow line that connects, which is probably impossible. Cross town next to downtown from where they are, a few miles from where we are.
Yes, sir.
And if I go to my next thing, and all this, so you go back to, tell me what we're looking at here, what's all this stuff? This is East Memphis.
So I loaded the call detail records in that application called
And
PLX.
to Valero gas station.
Yes, sir.
Is that
I
correct?
did that so I can pull up every cell tower
Over here to
within
the
10
red
miles
dot,
of
South Memphis.
I
This is
guess
near the
the-
airport. This
of
is
Memphis,
the homicide
Tennessee,
scene,
dead center,
2370
not downtown,
Airways.
kind of dead center of Memphis, Tennessee.
And
And
I
based
go
on the
down
cell site list that I got
further
from
south.
Indicat, there were 563
You know,
people
further south, the Gospel
within 10
Garden
miles
apartments.
of Memphis,
Two
Tennessee.
apartments.
Yes, sir. But based on all of those
South
towers, we're going
Memphis,
to look at the ones
homicide
that
scene,
provides
technically
access
South Memphis,
during the time
neighborhood
frame
Orange
that
Mound.
requested them. Yes, sir.
In Orange Mound. Valero gas station by University of Memphis, East Memphis. And
That
crosstown
was
next
just
to
a zoomed
downtown.
in location for the
Few miles from
homicide scene on
there.
Airways that was just north of the airport.
And all this, so you go back to tell me what we're
Yes,
looking at
sir.
here, what's all this Airways Boulevard?
So, yes, sir. I loaded the call detail records in an application called PLX by Finley. And I did that so I can pull up every cell tower within 10 miles of, I guess,
What's that?
of Memphis, Tennessee, dead center, not downtown, but kind of dead center of Memphis, Tennessee. And based on the cell site list that I got from Indicat, there were 563 T-Mobile towers within 10 miles of Memphis, Tennessee. But based on all of those towers, we're going to look at the ones that the device accessed during the time.
We had a couple of slides that became not relevant, and so we're taking them out, so.
Yes, sir.
But they're still in the computer, so we're switching, we fast forward, basically.
That was just a zoomed in location for the Thomas I'd seen on Airways that was just north of the airport.
Okay, so this is McKean's Cookies.
Yes, sir.
Airways Boulevard, is that where you take back up?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is a screenshot of the document that we received from T-Mobile. This is one of the first pages of the call detail records. And what we've got here is the name and address of the subscriber, this top red box. And it comes back to the Furia Guy and the address of 2667 Visor. And then at the bottom, the activation and termination dates of this account. So when was this account created? And the activation date was on 9/22/2000.
We have a couple of slides that became not relevant there, that, so we take them out, so,
Yes, sir.
but they're still in the
Yes, sir,
computer,
that's
so
correct.
we fast forward,
The,
basically.
That's Justin Johnson's sister. And this is the subscriber information for the second phone number.
Is that where you
Name
take
and
back up?
address of the subscriber, Cornelius Smith, and the subscriber address of 1766 Wild This is in Memphis, Tennessee. A screenshot of the
So
document
Smith's
that
phone
we
is actually
received from-
subscribed to him, where he's actually a listed
This is, yes, one of the
subscriber.
first pages, yes, sir.
And Johnson's
The
phone
call
is
detail
sister.
records. Yes, sir. What we've got here is the name and address of, and then the subscriber, activation and termination dates. At the time, it comes back to the Furia Guy, it was activated on 9, and the address of 2667 Visor. And then at the bottom, the activation and termination dates of this account. So when was this account created? And the activation date was on
Looks like we're beginning with
9/22/2000.
The questions that you were asked and analyzed with regard to 236-1625, which testified.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
The phone described you as Justin Johnson.
Yes, sir, Justin Johnson's sister. And these were the questions that, from our meeting, that they were asking, am I able to determine from this is the subscriber information for the second phone number, if the device, the name and address of the subscriber, Cornelius Smith, if I was able to determine if the device subscriber address, gas 1766 Wild Road in Memphis, Tennessee.
So
Am I able
Smith's
to
phone is actually subscribed to him.
turn
He's actually a listed
Yes, sir.
subscriber.
Yes, sir.
And Johnson's phone is
again,
his sister.
did the device leave Crosstown again? That's correct. And then was able to activation and termination dates was at the time of the murder. We received this at 12:21 p.m. 12:23 p.m. 2021. Then was able to determine if the device went to the Gospel Gardens apartments, and did the device return to the Crosstown concourse after that?
All right, looks like we're beginning with the questions that you were asked and analyzed with regard to 236-1625, which you testified as.
But the call detail records come from T-Mobile in the UTC. And these were the questions that, from our meeting, the record, they were asking to come, am I able to determine from these surveys, no matter where you are in the world, if the device just left behind to your Crosstown concourse? If I was able to determine if the device went to the Valero gas station, Park and Thailand, instead of making a copy, am I able to determine if the device returned to the Crosstown concert? And at this time, and we were in, and again, did the device outside of daylight savings? And so our time, was I able to determine if where the device was UTC during the time of the murder, spring forward, 12:21 p.m. to 12:23 p.m. I adjusted, then was I able to determine if the device went to the Gospel Gardens apartments? And did the device return to the crosstown concourse after that? Those were the questions that were asked. That was the basis of what I was looking for during the second phone number, the 901-513. So the call detail records come from T-Mobile. Again, these records were received from T-Mobile and UTC, and I adjusted the times on these records as well. And universal. Only question asked on this phone number, where you are in the world, between the hours of 11 a.m. to your local time. What how software does the access by
Hold on, man, I gotta come on recess.
What they asked me to copy. There was no activity on the device of these call details at 48 p.m. to this time. That's why the hours, they let me say 5 p.m. So it was an hour time slot, because there was nothing to look at. UTC 5 or 5 p.m. bring forward and PM all back.
And this is the Cornelia Smith phone?
Yes, sir. I adjusted the call detail records to our local time zone. So these were the tools that I used to look at this information. I used a program, it's a web-based called CellHawk. I used Microsoft Excel. The second phone number, the 901-513 TXT format, 6236. But again, these records were received in T-Mobile UTC, and I adjusted the time zone and to reflect local and easily in Microsoft Excel. Only question asked, and also used PLS between the hours of 11 a.m. software that I used on this case. What towers were being accessed by this device? Now, they asked me until 10 p.m. There was no activity on the device. When these files are opened up in Excel, they are actually pretty wide. The hours, so we hide a couple of the rows is listed when we're not in the slide. Because there was nothing to look at that information about. Because it's not able to be in the nothing.
And this is the Cornelia Smith phone?
Yes, sir. Device ID, the IMSI, the IMEI. So these were the tools that I used to look at what you've got across this information. Can't see it. I used a program and that's web-based called CellHawk. These fonts are so small. Microsoft Excel. And because the rows come on the top and it are pulled from the format. And what you've got is the date. I can make a copy and then I can change it to UTC time central standard reflect local. The duration of the call itself and the duration, and also use PLS how long that call lasted. Those are the versions. So the direction of the call in this case was it leaving the mobile device or coming or outgoing. Then the azimuth of the cell tower that was used. Azimuth is when these files are opened up in Excel, they are actually of that 25. So we hide a couple of rows. You're going to have 6 degrees to the left of it, 6 degrees to the right. That information. So that's the dead center of that antenna. But as we've seen, that we can hide out to be more the device ID. But the cell company knows the azimuth of that antenna. So what you've got across the top, and you can't see the location of the cell tower unit. That's why we use. They provide it in 2 different fonts, so small. They give us the latitude and longitude of the rows across the top, and that is perfect. And because a lot of times you see a tower out in the middle of the field. That field has a physical address on the road to you. That's not UTC to Central Standard. So they give us the duration of the call, and the duration of that tower. So how long that call lasted using GPS. The direction of the call was it. They also give us the physical address of the tower, which would be the address of the road. The azimuth of the cell tower usually not used. They're not going to be in the same spot. Azimuth, the physical address is where you go center of that antenna, somewhere at 120 degrees.
A couple questions that I have to get to.
60 degrees to the left of it.
I don't want to forget on something, I go ahead.
So that's the dead center of that
You
antenna.
mentioned duration of the call.
Yes, sir.
So if I see a call between one person and another person on this call detail records, let's say it's 3 seconds, 10 seconds, 12 seconds, whatever. Whatever the time is.
In the
Does that mean
location of
those
the
people
cell
talk
tower
for 8 seconds?
They
10
provide it
seconds?
in 2 different ways. It means to hit the send button, the latitude and longitude of the exact tower. That's the duration of that. And that is whether there was communication. Because a lot of times you see a tower out in the middle of the field, voicemail being left, has a physical address on the road. Listen to somebody's voicemail. I don't really feel like so they give us the last and long.
So the duration doesn't actually
of
mean
that
that
tower,
necessarily
so we can
talk.
walk right to it, correct, using GPS.
The second thing is, we're talking about
They also
calls.
give us the physical address of the tower.
Is this same sort of stuff done for like text messages and stuff?
Yes, sir. And they're usually not, they're not T-Mobile network, text message addresses where you would go don't have cell phone somewhere on that property. It's routed through the network.
Questions and maybe
They don't
something
tell
to
you
get to.
which tower it was using.
I don't want to forget them, so I'm just going to go ahead
Calls
and ask.
and data
You
sessions.
mentioned duration of the call.
Yes, sir.
A little more limited. If I see a call
Yes, sir.
from one person to another person on these call detail records, and let's say it's 8 seconds or 10 seconds or 12 seconds or whatever the time is, does that mean those people talk for 8 seconds or 10 seconds?
We are
or
looking
12
at
seconds?
the phone number. It means you hit the send button, 901, hit the 236 That's the duration of that
Which
call.
belong-
Whether there was communication between two people or a voicemail being left, or you called from 1 a.m. to somebody's voicemail, 2:35 a.m. leaving a message. This device access to power.
So the duration doesn't
This is where
actually
we're
mean
talking
two
about the
people
shaded
necessarily
area.
talking.
The shaded area is just showing which direction
The
the antenna
second
was
thing is, we're
broadcasting
talking
its radio
about
signal.
calls.
It just happened to cover the
Is
call
this same
count.
sort of stuff done for like text messages
I
and
dropped it
stuff?
in. Yes, sir. On the T-Mobile network, so that device accessing that tower don't have cell site coverage for that location. It's routed through the network, and they don't tell you which tower it was using.
So let me ask you a
Now
couple
we're
things here.
looking
First of all,
at calls
there's almost impossible to
and
see
data
from
sessions.
from where
text
it's
messages
actually
are a little more limited.
But this red dot
Yes,
here
sir.
is the crosstown concourse.
Yes, sir.
And you say from 1 a.m. to 2:35. Does that mean it's now one phone call?
We're
that lasts
looking
an hour
at
and
the phone
35
number.
minutes?
901-236-1625. Transactions that were reported to events, the calls from Johnson.
Okay, very good.
And from 1 a.m. to 2:35 a.m., this device accessed to power the data where we're talking about the shaded area. So the shaded area is actually it doesn't have a direction the antenna was broadcasting its radio signal. So what we're looking at is what I could map across town, which is and there were I dropped a pin in there to denote the location of across town. There were 12. So that device was accessing that tower. And of course, it was providing calls, mobile outgoing incoming calls from 1 a.m. to 2:35, between 1 a.m. to 2:35 a.m.
So let me ask a couple of things here.
All of
First of all,
those access.
it's almost impossible to see from
during that time frame.
from where they said, here's the list of this red dot of calls is the crosstown concourse.
Yes, sir.
And the ones that we have information on, you say from 1 a.m. to 2 tower that covers crosstown?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean it's one phone call that lasts an hour and 35 minutes? Is it fair to say you would not be able to say
No, sir.
if that phone is on the 8th floor of
Transactions that were-
the concourse or the second floor of
Calls
concourse?
from the next line. Wait a minute, sir.
I wouldn't be able to say whether or not it's inside concourse or in the parking lot. Wouldn't be able to say if it's in the parking lot of concourse or
There. So if
the
there's a
street to the
transaction
north,
that
the
doesn't have a
south, the
latitude
east, or
and
the
longitude,
west.
no, sir, that wouldn't come. So what we're
But in
looking at
the area
is what I
of
could
crosstown
map.
concourse.
Yes, sir. And there
Between
were-
1 a.m. and 2:35 a.m.
Yes, sir. There were 12 different events, all mobile outgoing incoming. This slide that you're looking at here, at 317, 1800, so the second all of those access, the device accessed a tower on the T-Mobile network.
So here's the
Tower number
list of
657.
calls, incoming and outgoing.
Sector
And
2,
the ones that we have information on, all hit that
the
tower
south
that
and
covers
antenna of
crosstown.
that. Yes, sir. And that was an outgoing call.
And is it fair to say you would not be able to say
410
if that phone is on the 8th floor of the concourse or the second floor of
And that
concourse?
tower, no way to know, sir.
Wouldn't be able to say whether or not it's inside concourse or in the parking lot. We're talking about entirely separate area of Memphis. Wouldn't be able to say
Yes,
if
sir.
it's the parking lot concourse or University of Memphis the street to the north or the south, the east, or aero stations out smart. But in the area of the crosstown
It's
concourse.
the, yes, sir. The
Between
green-
1
yes,
a.m.
sir.
and 2:35 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Green pen here, it's the Valero station, and we're so far away from crosstown that this is not on this
So
map.
it
that
is
right?
not. This slide that you're looking at here, at
Up
317
and over here
and
somewhere.
1800, yes, sir, of the second AM, the device accessed a tower on the T-Mobile network, tower number is 65667. And that highlighted road right there, in sector 2 was the data that of 108. That's from the record, and it was the south antenna of that tower. That was an outgoing call. That was an outgoing call going to 901-5210, it lasted 0852, and it lasted 1 minute.
At 3:17 a.m.
And that tower
At that time, the
provides
device
coverage
is
for the area of the Valero
in
gas
an
station.
area,
We're
we're
talking
talking entirely separate area of Memphis, right, includes the Valero
Yes, sir.
gas station.
The University of Memphis area.
University of Memphis is right here. The Valero station, is that what's marked?
And at 449, it's the green device access to another T-Mobile tower.
The green pin here.
65695.
Valero station. And
Sector 64.
we're so far away from Crosstown that it's not
Just
one of these
facing,
maps.
it is not, no, sir.
It's going to be.
With an outgoing call to 901-728-2851.
What do y'all? Shout out to everybody tuning in. Total Monkey Entertainment. We covering Young Dolph's murder trial. It's day 3.
And that highlighted road right there was the
Is
data.
this the green pin probably?
That's from
The
the
green,
records.
here is
And it was,
Crosstown?
yes, sir. That was that
Is this
outgoing
a
call.
same tower,
Real
different
crazy how
tower
they
as
can like
before?
pinpoint you with the cell phone tower. So if you really do commit a crime,
That is a different
make
tower.
sure, man, you don't
Does that
have your
mean
phone on
necessarily
you.
that that's
Don't have your phone on you.
The phone's not in the same place as it was before? In an
It
area.
just, that tower
The tower.
provides coverage for the
that includes
Crosstown
the Valero
Center.
gas station. Okay, so
Yes,
the
sir.
coverage of Crosstown is going to be more than one tower.
Yes, sir.
Okay, with both of these, the tower we saw before and the tower we just saw
And
could provide coverage to
449
Crosstown.
AM, yes, sir. The device accessed another T-Mobile tower, 65695. And this was
They know who owned the tower and all.
To fix the outgoing call to 728-285, and that lasted 21 seconds. Going call to 901-728-2851, and that call lasted for 21 seconds. And that tower, then we go from just south of the Crosstown concourse.
They know how
4:49
many-
a.m. That's gonna have the next thing.
time
the next
you on the
round.
tower and all that.
They put map.
It's too high tech.
Yes,
Committed a
sir.
crime.
A.m. later that morning.
Is this a
And
same tower or different tower?
There was an outgoing call to 901-728-2851. That is a different tower, 4 seconds.
Does that mean
And
necessarily
that call
that
access tower,
the phone's not in the same place as it was before?
11903. It just, that tower provides coverage for the Crosstown Center.
Okay, so the coverage of Crosstown is going to be more than one tower?
Yes, sir.
Okay, with
And
both
that
of
tower,
these, the tower we saw before and the tower we just saw could provide coverage to Crosstown?
It could, yes, sir. It's inside the shaded area as well. And this was the transaction that's not mapped.
9:56
The,
a.m.?
Yes, sir. The outgoing call to 728-2851 that lasted 21 seconds. And this was the transaction that I mapped out. And then there were 2 other calls that connected with that tower. Then we go for 2 outgoing calls, 449 AM, 662, the next thing, the next 69 section that I could map, and then not till 9:56 AM later that morning, 2663 that lasted. That was an outgoing call to 901-728-2851. For the service lasted for 94 seconds. Provider, and that tower, that called access tower 51, that initial call was placed on hold. Those other calls were.
Look at it. Y'all knows everything in here. Verizon Tower don't, Sprint Tower don't, AT&T, T-Mobile.
That tower provides coverage.
Man, those folks ain't playing, dog. They too high tech.
9:57?
It's inside the shaded area. There's 956.
Google,
53,
AT&T.
And then the others
They got call records and
at
everything.
957.
And for those who don't know, AT&T, it's cooperates with all
And this was
government
the transaction that I
organizations.
mapped out. And then
Doing
there
the
were 2
crime,
other
you got
calls that
AT&T,
connected. Then there was an
doing
outgoing,
it now.
2 outgoing calls, 901-201-69581 for 11 13 seconds. That access tower 65873-111, sector 13, Asbury, 366 northwest. That lasted for 112 seconds. Service codes from the 1 minute and 52 seconds. Provider and service code. That tower is 5 sound. That initial call was Crosstown concourse, and those other calls were answered. Here's that device that's left the air through Crosstown. So he had his tower, a 3-way call southbound.
Okay, so there's a 3-way call map by more.
No, sir.
I'm looking for the time. Was it 3:50? Was it 9:57?
Yes, sir. There was 956, 53, and then the
North
others.
of,
Yes, sir.
north of this map.
At 957, that's right.
So this would not be a tower that provides coverage across town.
Correct.
And this is at 11:30.
Then there was an outgoing voice call made to
By 11:30, the device is
201
across the
958, yes, sir. It's at 11:30, accessing towers that are south. That access tower is 65731. Sector 13, azimuth 300, then just facing kind of northwest. This is the last shot of the raw data, 12 seconds. Tower that I just 2 seconds. The outgoing call to 201. That tower is 958 that lasted for 112 seconds. Crosstown concourse, and it appears that device has left the air of the crosstown. This tower is southbound. And there was an outgoing call
on this map
to 901-206-0101 at 12:06:07 p.m. that accessed tower 158-660 sector
North
3,
of,
azimuth 290. Yes, sir.
north of
And
this,
that antenna is facing west, southwest.
This would not be a
That
tower that
lasted for
provided
3
coverage
seconds.
across town.
And then an incoming call from 901-315-9866 at 12:09 that accessed tower 165-1130-641.
So by 11:30, the
Sector
device is
132
left
as
across
across
town.
Yes, sir. It's facing south towers that there was no duration on that call across town. Those two calls access the towers that are facing each other, the antennas that are facing each other from those two. This is a screenshot of the raw
Two
data.
calls right there, 2 or 3 minutes
Tower that I
apart.
just mapped.
12:06,
The outgoing call to 201.
And they're
958
accessing
that lasted
these two
for
towers
12 seconds. Yes, sir.
near each other, pointing next to each other.
The antennas are pointed directly. And there was an outgoing call providing coverage to 901-246-0101 at 12:06:07 p.m. that accessed tower 158-660 sector 3, azimuth 290. And that
Yeah,
there was a
Washington's all trash,
it's
man.
off now, southwest. That's the area of Lamar and Sims. And then an incoming call there, 901-315 gas station 9866 and 12:09.
I was saying,
That access
oh
tower
man,
is
you commit a
165,
crime.
641.
A murder ain't it?
Sector
Don't
132,
have your
right on
phone
the left
on
by
you, like,
the end of the
You
homicide.
see how
Southeast.
people just pinpoint it like that,
Right.
like, they know
Those
exactly what
two
you're
calls
doing
highlight
outside
access
there.
to the towers.
You out here doing
Face
something
left of
stupid
the
on food.
antenna,
These folks know exactly where you are at, like, dead
So we
ass.
have 2 calls right there, 2 or 3 minutes apart. Oh, here, those
Yes,
6
sir.
12:09. So this is how they're accessing
That's
these
just
2
not
towers.
the pin that I put on the
Yes,
map.
sir. Near each other, pointing next to each other. You got cut off, because I guess it's right here.
Yes, sir.
So
Pointed
we're in
almost
the,
directly at each other, providing coverage. We're west of, I'm sorry,
Okay,
east
and-
of the homicide scene.
we're slightly east of the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
Man, show you how to cell
Yes,
phone
sir.
go.
Downtown pins for things we've seen before on this map, west.
Way west, yes, sir. There is a pin, but it's off map. That's the area of Lamar and Sims. The Valero gas station is not on there. It's too zoomed in too close. And then next slide, that's the homicide data that I'm not slide for. The towers that was accessed. Writing on the left is the.
So they ping your phone from the
homicide
gas
scene
station,
marker.
but they had that up at the Valero
Right
way.
on the left.
And we
well,
was
satellite.
tuning in yesterday.
Well, so the team
see
is close
To
to
the left of
homicide
the
time.
screenshot. Yes,
footage
sir.
that was
We're
up
at the
at
bottom.
the gas station.
12:21, 12:23,
That video still
Yes,
up
sir.
on
Come up
YouTube.
this thing. And we've got an outgoing call to
Okay.
901, yes, sir, 519.
So this is the homicide.
1799. That's the pin that I put on the device access tower 164-286.
You got cut off because it's
Sector
right here.
Yes, sir, one with an azimuth of 90.
So we're in the-
Facing directly east. That call lasted for 6 seconds. East of the homicide scene.
We're slightly east of the homicide scene.
That tower's an airway.
Crosstown is way
Airways, yes, sir. Area.
downtown is
Just north of
way
the homicide scene.
west.
Way west, yes, sir.
Hey, somebody had that TV.
Catch up real quick.
Yes, sir. And then next slide, that's the data that I'm having was slotted
It's
for
on the internet.
the towers that were accessed. Then at 12:17,
12:17, very close to homicide time. Is that correct?
yes, sir.
Somewhere between 12:21 and 12:23 or 4.
Yes, sir. And we've got an outgoing call to 901-519, 1799.
Towers here, is that
And that
Towers
device
here?
access tower, yes, sir, 164-286
And
Sector 131 with an azimuth of 90 was facing directly east. That call lasted for 6 seconds.
what is our
That tower is the
pin on
airways,
this map?
airways in Lamar, the area of airways. There's no pin on this map. The homicide scene is off screen towards the bottom.
Riverside. That's the neighborhood. West side.
Is there a catch-up real quick over here?
Yes, sir.
Keep this thing going.
Trying to figure out how far out there is you have a landmark on this. We'll see it better on the next map.
Yes, sir.
1217. But the homicide scene is over here, reverse one slide.
It's just south, so towards the bottom of that map.
1217, here.
Because you've got airways
Towers
running
here,
north and
is that-
south. And
Towers here?
we need to get closer
Yes,
to
sir.
the interstate to see the homicide scene.
And we are about 6 minutes, or somewhere between 4 minutes and 7 minutes from homicide.
Yes, sir.
What is our, we have a pin on this map?
And again, this is the data that was mapped. There's no pin on this map. That homicide voice call is off screen towards the bottom.
Airways.
And then at 12:22:40,
Let me stop you for a minute. We need to take a break.
This one.
All right. Just a
Trying to figure out how far
quick
out there
refresher.
is you.
10:15.
Got a landmark.
Keep your notebooks here. Stand and reset.
Court stands in recess.
We'll see it better on the next map.
yes, sir.
Okay. But the homicide scene is over here somewhere.
It's just south, so towards the bottom of that map. Because you've got airways that's running north and south, and we need to get closer to the interstate to see the homicide scene.
And we are about 6 minutes, or somewhere between 4 minutes and 7 minutes from homicide.
Yes, sir. And again, this is the data that was mapped of that outgoing voice call that lasted 6 seconds. And then at 12:22:40,
Let me stop you for a minute. We need to take a break.
Yes, sir.
All right. Just a quick refresher. 10:15. Keep your notebooks here. Stand and reset.
Court stands in recess.
to the courtroom. Jurors down here to the courtroom.
Nation Garner, we had stopped off here. 12:22 just after noon. PM just after noon. Murder time frame 12:21 to 12:24. Correct. Murder time frame 12:21 to 12:24. Some sort of phone
Correct, sir.
activity. Do we have some sort of phone activity?
Yes, we have a data session.
12:22.
12:22. Yes, we have a data session, tower 1229.498, that access the tower sector 9098, 762, azimuth sector 23, and it was facing south, azimuth 180, that duration of that data session lasted 6 seconds. That duration of that data session lasted 6 seconds. Right there, and that tower coverage right there, homicide scene, provide coverage for the
This tower right here.
homicide scene. Yes, sir.
Okay, so south. This tower right here,
Yes,
like
sir.
we said before, this is not a boundary, this is for administrative. Like we said before, this
Yes,
is
sir.
not a boundary, this is for administrative purposes. The red
Yes, sir.
dot
Correct.
here, is that right?
That's
Homicide
correct.
scene is the red dot here, is that right?
That's correct.
Homicide scene, no line. Homicide scene, no lines here. So the case here, the tower is north of the homicide scene, the tower is
Yes, sir.
north of the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
This is 12:22:40. This is
That's correct, sir.
12:22:40. What is this blue shaded
That's
area
correct, sir.
up here? What
That
is
is
this
the,
blue shaded area up here?
Mapping of a previous cell tower that was accessed. Mapping of a previous cell tower that was accessed.
I got
That
you.
was
So
north of
we've already looked at
the
that.
homicide
We've
scene.
already- okay, I
Yes,
got
sir.
you. So we've already come down here for 12.
Yes, sir.
22, and then we come down here for 12. Tower that 22 provide coverage to the homicide tower that
Yes, sir.
could provide coverage to the homicide center.
Yes, sir. And this is the data session that was mapped. And this is the data session that was mapped at 12:22:40. The 12:23:05, there was an incoming voice call from 905. There was an incoming voice call from 901. 315-966. It was sent to voicemail. That call was not answered, and it was sent to voicemail 286. And that accessed tower 131, azimuth of 90, which is facing sector 131, azimuth of 90, which is facing east. And then
I think we went back, I'm sorry, I think we went backwards, you said. I think we went back, I'm sorry. So now we are less than, so now we are, last phone call, is that right? Less than a
Yes.
minute from that last phone call, is that right?
yes,
And see orange mound. See orange mound.
this is the tower that's north of the homicide scene. This is the tower that's north of airways of the homicide scene.
North of the homicide.
Yes, sir.
So
Airways
would it be
of
fair to say
Orange
the
is north
phone
of.
has moved at this point? Would it be fair to say the phone has moved at this point?
That
Yes,
phone
sir.
just accessed that tower. I don't know where. That phone
Is
just
this
accessed that
tower
tower.
close to the other tower?
I don't know where. Yes, sir.
Is
That was
this
the,
tower close to the other tower?
yes, sir. That was the little slide, the previous slide where you saw that's that tower. The little slide.
Okay. I'm sorry, so let's go back to that slide.
That's that tower.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, so let's go back to that slide. I thought you had said this was a previous call, but is this a, I thought
That
you
is
said
the
this
previous
was a
call,
previous
but
call.
then the
Is this
device,
a-
that's the previous call, but then the device connects to that tower.
12:22, so the one that could cover the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
12:23, the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
12:23, we're back up on this. North of the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
Tower. Could this tower, north of the homicide scene, cover
Yes,
the
sir.
homicide scene? Could this tower
I wouldn't
also
know
cover
that
the
unless I
homicide
was
scene?
able to do like like a drive test on it. I wouldn't know that unless I was able to do like a drive test on it to see
So would it be,
extend that tower.
would it be impossible to say yes or
Would
no
it be
to that?
extend out
Would
without
it be
testing?
impossible to say
It'd be
yes or
impossible.
no to that? Now, do
Without
also
testing, it'd be
see,
impossible. Yes, sir.
depends are so hard to see. Also see, this is Bradley Street, an address on Bradley Street. This
Yes,
is
sir.
Bradley Street, an address on Bradley Street, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, if we could skip forward. All right, if we could skip forward.
And if we'll back up one slide there, and if we'll back up, recall that that's the device access the tower. Recall that you can actually device access the tower just north of, where you can actually see that device then reconnected to that device just south of it, then reconnected unanswered to the tower just south of it, voicemail. When that access that tower call was sent voicemail, it accessed that tower, sector 297-698. As sector 296 south, as facing the incoming call that access the tower north of it. And the incoming call was not answered. That access the tower north of it. That call was not answered, and it's sent to voicemail and connected to the tower just south of it. That's what connected to the tower just south.
And the tower just south of it, is it this tower? And the tower just south of it, is it this tower? This is the same tower we saw at 1222. This is the same tower we saw at 1222. Okay. So it covers the homicide. Get this right, there's activity at 12. Get this right, there's activity at 12 tower that covers the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
At a tower that covers the homicide scene. Activity at 1223. Which is the call and voicemail.
Yes, sir.
Which accesses the call and voicemail.
Yes, sir.
One which accesses tower north.
Yes, sir.
One is this tower north of, one is this tower slightly north of the homicide scene. One is this tower that may or may not cover north of the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
That may or may not cover the homicide scene. When the voicemail picks up or whatever. When the voicemail picks up or whatever activity. Same call accesses the tower activity.
Correct. Accesses the separate
It
tower.
accesses
Yes,
the
sir.
same tower that
Correct. Accesses the separate tower.
services,
Yes,
which is
sir.
that same tower
Yes, sir.
that services the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
Does that necessarily mean that the phone was moving? Does that necessarily mean one tower the phone was moving at the time?
It could be indicative
One
of
tower to
movement.
another
It could
tower?
be that it could be indicative of movement. It could be that services the homicide scene. Tower is just north of the interstate. Services the homicide scene. A lot of traffic just north of that tower could get full, and if there was a lot of traffic, that tower could shift off its, and it would shift to. It would say it's a busy off its. No more traffic. It would say it's a busy pass off its. No more traffic. So
Would it be fair to say then that these towers are close enough to each other? Would it be fair to say then that these towers are close enough to each other? Or it may not mean. Couldn't mean the phone is moving, or it may not mean that the phone is moving.
Yes, sir, that's correct. And this is the transaction and this is the transaction of the incoming calls listed and sent to records of the incoming call and being sent to voicemail that I mapped out. And 26 different, 26 calls different between 1258.33 calls 157 between 1258.33 that access this tower in South Memphis, that access this tower in South 157.889, tower 157.813. That's going to two sectors, denote 3 and 13. That's going to denote the antenna facing more than one. The north-northwest, that azimuth of facing the north-northwest, that azimuth. And that cell tower provides coverage 5 Gospel Garden. And that cell tower.
So now we're about 30 minutes or more, a little bit more after. So now we're about 30 minutes or more, a little bit more after the homicide.
Yes, sir.
And the phone's an entirely separate towers.
Yes, sir.
Vastly different tower.
Correct.
Coverage. Vastly different towers. Coverage.
Yes, sir.
Vastly different towers that would service the Gospel Garden Apartments. We are the tower that would service the Gospel Garden Apartments.
Yes, sir. And that is just all 26 calls. That is just the records that I mapped out.
From 30 minutes after the homicide to, from 30 minutes after the homicide to over the course of the next hour.
Exactly, yes, sir. almost an hour exactly, yes, sir. And then there were 44, and then calls that I mapped out, 44 from 2:22 calls that I mapped out from until 5:22:45 p.m. until 5:20. These access towers, 156.814, and these access towers, 156.814, two different antennas, 156.815 and 15, two different antennas, azimuth 5 and 15, 240 degrees with an azimuth of 240 degrees, antenna 133 with an azimuth of 3 degree, antenna 133 with an azimuth of 3. That device was hitting that tower. So with that device was different in that tower, 44 different times, different antennas, those 44 different times, 3-hour time period. Actually, it's 3 hours.
So the phone has left the coverage area. The phone
The
has
tower that covers the Gospel Garden Park.
coverage area.
Yes.
The tower that covers the Gospel Garden Park.
Yes.
It has
Yes.
traveled
South.
This is the
substantially
Hickory Hill.
east,
This-
has traveled
This is the
substantially
Hickory
east.
Hill.
Hickory Hill, is that what we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And I'm looking at the map, Hickory Hill, is that what we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And that is Hickory Hill, 222 to 523. And
Yes,
that
sir.
is 222 to 523.
Yes, sir. Those are the 44 transactions that I mapped out. Those are the 44 transactions that I mapped out for that 3-hour time period. It's very difficult to see. It was very difficult to. It's very difficult to see a presentation. It was very difficult. What we're seeing to put it into a presentation. 13 calls that I mapped out is 13 calls that I mapped out. North kind of shows from the Hickory Hill area. Towards north from the Hickory Hill area, Baptist towards the location of Walnut Grove, Baptist Interstate 240 location of Walnut Grove. Those calls Interstate 240. Last tower hit at 5:48. The last tower hit at 5:48 at the very top of that picture. Northernmost tower transactions show that device moving northbound. Those transactions show that device moving northbound. 548, that was the last, and the data from that device last data from that device. I would go from Hickory Hills on the bottom and just head north. I would go from Hickory Hills on the bottom and just head north. Those were the 13 transactions that I mapped out. Those were the 13 transactions that I mapped out.
All right, that was the Justin Johnson fund. 513 is the Smith fund. Justin Johnson fund.
Yes, sir.
513 is the Smith fund.
Yes, sir. 513-6236, 513-6236. And there was no data to map between 11 and 12. There was no data as for map 11 a.m. 11 and 12. At 10 p.m., 11 a.m. But from 11 to 12, there was nothing. 10 p.m., no transactions. But from 11 to 12, there was nothing. Then from 12 to 1, transactions. And then from 12 to 1, you had 5 different calls that I have listed here. Had 5 different calls that I have listed here that access towers, the Lawrence Sims. So starting the top, you got an incoming voice call. So starting the top, you got an incoming voice call from 901. It came in at 1201-7867. That call access tower 1201-26. 158-6. That call access tower sector 13. 158-66-290. Facing 13 west northwest. Azimuth 290. That call lasted facing 1 minute west northwest. That call lasted. A second incoming call from 901. Then a second incoming call from 901 at 1206-1625. That access tower 158-66. That access tower sector 13 as 661 facing sector 13 azimuth 290. That call lasted 9 seconds. Well. That call lasted 9 seconds. Incoming call from 901. Third call 236-1625.
Wait a second, I got
236-1625.
Wait a second, I got distracted because something called. This last call we talked, these last 2 calls we talked about. This last call we talked, last 2 calls we talked about.
Yes, sir.
1202 and 1204. Incoming call
Yes, sir.
for 236-1625. Incoming
Yes, sir.
call for 236-1625.
Well, we know what number that is.
Yes, sir. That is Justin Johnson.
Well, we know what number that is.
Okay.
So we're looking at
Justin
Cornelius
Johnson.
Smith's call
So
detail
we're looking at
records
Cornelius
and
Smith's
call detail records
1202 and
Sure.
then 1204. 12:02,
He
and
receives
then
phone
12:04
calls
from Justin Johnson's
He receives phone
Correct, sir.
calls from Justin Johnson's phone.
Correct, sir. Then the fourth transaction, incoming call from 901, transaction 273, incoming call from 4691, 273, 1211, 4691, that access, 1211, 958, that access sector 12, 156, 958, facing west. Sector 12, there was no duration recorded for that call west. There was no duration recorded for that call, last call that I mapped. And then at 12, incoming voice call, last call that I mapped. 273, incoming voice call from 901 at access tower. 461877 at access tower. Sector 13, Azimuth 340, which is sector 13, Azimuth 340, which is no duration for that call west either. And there was no
It
duration for
looks like
that
with
call
regard to
either.
Mr. Smith, it looks like with regard to, you're gonna be able to map some stuff at 12:01, map some stuff at 12:01, 12:04, 12:02, 12:11.
Yes, sir.
But then not anytime between 12 and 11, but then not anytime between
Correct.
12 and 11, which would be the time the homicide would fall in there, which would be
Yes, sir.
the time the homicide would fall in there.
Yes, sir. These were the towers that were accessed, and these were the towers that were accessed, and that accessed the, see, the date. There were three calls accessed there were three calls on the, that tower was 158161. That tower was 158161. Three calls there, and the times, 1201. Three calls there, and the times, 1202 and 1204. 1202 and 1204. The other two towers, the calls.
Is that,
The other two towers, the calls.
is that, you know, there's no provide coverage for the Lamar and Sims area, wouldn't it? That would
Correct,
provide
yes, sir.
coverage for the Lamar and Sims area, wouldn't it?
Correct, yes, sir. And then the 1211 call access tower, 1211 top right, call access tower, and there at the top right. 1251, the call access, the tower, one dead call access, the tower.
The one I'm on right now is 1211, the one I'm on right now is 1211. We provide coverage for the Orange Mountains area. We provide
Yes, sir.
coverage for the Orange Mountains area. This is
Yes, sir.
Bradley, is that right? Cedars
That's correct.
Bend, this is, and then Bradley, is that right?
That's correct.
So this one's 1211-ish, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
So this one's 1211, move over here to this tower up on the
Yes, sir.
left. And then over here to this tower,
That's
it's got a
1211.
good 40 minutes, it's got 1251.
Yes, sir.
So
That's
we've got a
1211.
good 40 minutes, it's now,
Yes, sir.
again in the Orange Mountain area, and again in the Orange Mountain area,
Yes, sir.
and here's Bradley's homicide
Yes, sir.
scene is, this red homicide scene is,
That is a pin I dropped to the homicide scene, yes, sir. That is a pin I dropped to the homicide scene, yes, sir.
tell us what that phone does after 12:51. Tell us what that phone does after
The next hour,
12:51.
I looked at from 1 PM to 2 PM. The next hour, I looked at from 1 PM to 2 PM. Transactions that, there were only three mapped out. Three transactions that call from 9 mapped out. 273-469-901 at 273-4691. And that at access tower 6566, access tower 11. 65 to 90, which is facing sector 11. There was no duration of 90, which is facing east. There was no duration. Second transaction was an incoming voice call from 901. Second transaction was an incoming voice call from 3143 at 100 at 3143 at that access tower 65664. That access tower 65664 sector 1 has no duration recorded for that call east as well. And then no duration recorded for that call 901. 900, the third transaction, 901, 912, I'm sorry, 144.321 at 12, that access 141, 65664, that access 1 hour, 65664, second call at 912.
What does that mean when we see calls with no duration?
As well.
What does that mean when we see calls with no duration?
It would, if you place a call and you hang up before the other. You place a call and you hang up before the other. There's going to be no duration there. If there was no duration there, and after there was on the call. Be an abnormal completion on the call, glitch or kind of hiccup, there would be no duration there. Glitch or kind of hiccup, there
But
would
it
be
still
no
shows an
duration
event on the
there.
phone. But it still shows an event.
Another
on the
duration
phone.
call still
Yes,
shows
sir.
an event as far as records.
Another duration call still
Yes,
shows
sir.
an event as far as provides location. You're still able to use the, if it
Yes.
provides location, you're still able to use that location.
Yes. So, looking at the records, the calls that came in, looking at the records, the calls that came in, there were only 2 calls. They were incoming, not answered. And the records voicemail definitions. You have to look at the records and the definitions page. What I have circled here are the service codes. What I have circled here are the service codes we ask for, and what these service codes mean. And they give us a definition list. Service codes mean, and they give us a definition list. So I can know what a service code means. There and 028 service code means. As defined by T-Mobile tells us that a call that came in, as defined by T-Mobile tells us that a call that came in to one of T-Mobile's not answered, but then it was forwarded to one of T-Mobile's voicemail service 1360 voicemail service 999 those 2 calls that show us 4, and those 2 calls they access tower that shows us tower 6-5. They access tower the same tower 6-5 sector 1. The voicemail that was left as 5 seconds, and the second voicemail that was left was 5 seconds, and the second voicemail we can get that from the raw data that we see right there. We can get that from the raw data that we see right there. And then that is a mapping of that tower, and then the that is a mapping of that tower. Sector 1 as 65664. Sector 1 that's as 90 facing east. That's the
1
tower
o'clock.
that we mapped out.
This is 1 o'clock, 1:14, 1:41, 1:42, 1:14, 1:41, 1:42,
Yes, sir.
1:46. And we are tower.
Yes, sir.
The services, we are tower. The services, this is Radley Street, that's the pin. And
Yes, sir.
this is Radley Street, that's the pin.
Yes,
Could
sir.
could that tower provide coverage for Bradley Street?
That tower could
that tower
provide
coverage for Bradley Street?
Yes. That tower could provide coverage for Bradley Street, yes. So there were 17 calls between. So there were 17.
Yeah,
calls.
let me back up. For the slides we get solved, everything. Yeah, let me back up. For the slides we get solved, everything incoming.
Between 1 and 2, everything was incoming. Between 1 and 2, everything was incoming. No outgoing.
Everything's incoming.
No outgoing phone
Does
calls.
everything go to voicemail? Incoming. Does everything go to voicemail? So everything's incoming. Everything's incoming. Everything's
Tower that's not being answered as a voicemail. Tower
That's correct.
You've got to be consistent with the phone having been
That's
left
correct.
behind. You've got to be consistent with the phone having been left behind.
Could be.
Know when to tend to it.
If the calls are not being answered, yes, sir. If the calls are not being answered, yes, sir. So between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m., there were 17 calls. 2 p.m. and 3 p.m., there were 17 calls that came in. This is going to get a little, this is going to get messy, but the first and second say messy, but they weren't 2 calls. The first and second, it was an incoming call. 2 calls. That was not answered. 1 call. It was an incoming call. The fourth was not answered. The fifth call was another call, and the fifth call was another call that came in unanswered, was sent to voicemail. The call that came in unanswered software can show that as 2 different transactions. Software can show that as 2 different transactions. Call will tell you, but that's not 2 raw records. That was a detailed call. Was not answered. That's not 2 different transactions. That was an incoming call. Was not answered, and it was sent to T-Mobile. Looking at the service codes, again, looking at the 028 service codes, again, the service codes there tells us the service code call came in, it was not answered, and it was forwarded to one of the call came in, it was not answered, and it was forwarded to one of T-Mobile's voicemail numbers. You had a series of incoming and outgoing calls. You had a series of incoming and outgoing calls 2 and 3 p.m. Of those 17 between 2 and 3
Okay, so
p.m.
what is the first outgoing call? Okay, so what is the first outgoing call?
First outgoing call was at 2:36. I'm sorry, 2:39. 2:36. I'm sorry, back 2:39.
That's stuff that you were explaining. I see outgoing on this list, I think you were just explaining. I see outgoing on this list, I think you were just explaining.
That is not a device making that outgoing call. That is not a device making an outgoing call, not answered. That is a minute call that's coming voicemail, not answered.
So when's the first true outgoing call?
Voicemail. First true
So when's the
outgoing
first
call.
true outgoing call?
First true outgoing call at 2:39:33. At 2:39:33, 4691.
So the first outgoing, true outgoing call, so the first outgoing, true outgoing call, 39, is what you said?
2:39.
39, is what you said?
2:39.
You said that. You said that.
And these were the towers that were accessed, and by those, these were the towers that were accessed calls. By those, you had incoming calls. 7 you had calls on that 7 top tower calls.
Gotcha, everything
On that,
incoming.
that top tower.
Tower that could cover everything incoming.
Yes, sir.
Tower that could cover Bradley.
That's
Orange
correct.
Mountain, okay.
And then
Alright.
the device
That's
starts
correct.
accessing
Okay.
2 different towers. The device starts accessing 2 different towers.
Once we have that outgoing call at 2:39, once we have that outgoing call at
There's
2:39, and at 2:56, and at 2:40, and at 2:56, a bunch of different times. 2:43, 2:47, 2:48, 2:43, 52, 47, 2:48, we start accessing 2:52.
Different towers, yes, sir.
We start accessing different towers.
Different towers, yes, sir. And those
south
towers
of
provide coverage for the area of Lamar and Sims. And those towers provide coverage for the area of Lamar and Sims. And then between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m., there were 25 between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. Both there were 25 different calls, both incoming and outgoing. Between 3 and 320, device access tower. Between 3 and 320, device access tower. Sector 13, 158-661 facing west. Sector 13 with 13 calls facing west. 3 incoming and 10 outgoing. 13 calls, 3 incoming and 10 outgoing. 6 and 7 is an incoming call. Again, the number was 6 and 7 is an incoming call. The number was busy. We're told that by service code went to 29, and we're told that by service code 29, and then after between 3:20 and 4 o'clock, after 4 p.m., the device 20 and 4 o'clock, 4 p.m., the devices towers around the cities being accessed a bunch of different after 3:20 p.m. Being accessed after 3:20 p.m. So this tower right there at Lamar and Sims. So this tower right there at Lamar and Sims. There were 16 transactions reported. There were 16 transactions reported. 20. They all accessed that was between 3 and 320. They all accessed that one tower between 3 and 320. So the red dot is the pin that I dropped. So the red dot is the pin that I dropped. Just to the right of the homicide scene was a tower that device was accessing. Just to the right of the first 20 minutes. Was a tower that device was accessing for that first 20 minutes between 3 and 320. And then it moves over and accesses the tower to the right. And then at 15, moves over and accesses the tower to the right. And then at 15, just above that at 15, and then just above that at 15, and then that north tower 9 p.m. The top of the sheet. That north tower at 3:37. The top of the sheet at 3:37.
It's just so Martin Sims for a while, it's on multiple calls there.
Yes, sir.
Martin Sims for a while, it's on multiple calls there.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And then it's on the move around the city.
Yes. When it gets into the downtown area, kind of broke. When it gets into the downtown area, got real kind of broke those up because to look at. It got real congested to look at. So you see the towers that were accessed between. You see the towers that were accessed between 3:45 p.m. and 3.
All these towers are downtown Memphis?
Yes, sir.
And all these towers are downtown Memphis?
Yes, sir.
And these towers are all close to each other. I'm looking here, this is one area. These towers are all close to each other. I'm looking here, this is one area. Time ranges are,
This is
and our
between
time ranges
3:44
are,
and 3:55. This is between
so accessing towers in downtown
3:55
Memphis.
p.m.
So accessing towers in downtown Memphis.
Yes, sir. And then
You can proceed.
this is still different towers in downtown. This is still different towers in downtown.
Okay.
Both of them 3:58 p.m. Calls both of them 3:58 p.m. Accessing calls towers to the right, all in accessing to the left. Tower to the right, and then accessing the tower to the left. And then there were only 2 calls between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. There were only 2 calls, one outgoing 4 p.m. and outgoing voice call from one outgoing 901 outgoing voice call 864-2309 at 864-2309. That call access tower 4861877. That call access tower. Second one as 877 east northeast. Second one as 77 east north incoming voice call, and then the 901-318 incoming voice call. 901-318 that access tower 15459 315 that access tower 156 315 sector 14 asset, and that's 6 what I have mapped on the next slide, and that's what I have mapped on those are the 2 towers that were accessed. Those are the 2 towers that were accessed 418 and 459 p.m. The tower 18 and 459.
Tower north of
The tower
Bradley. Tower
Tower
north
north of Bradley at
Orange
459.
Bradley.
And Tower north of Bradley at
Orange
459.
Mound.
Bradley at 418. And the tower providing coverage for Bradley at 418. So, based on the mapping information that,
Okay, we're about to switch back to the first phone. We're gonna get a summary. Okay, we're about to switch back to the first phone. We're gonna get a summary, is that
yes,
right?
sir. We're going to summarize.
How many are
Yes, sir. 901-236, yes, sir. 901, this is all information that mapped out, and this is all information that mapped out. Device, it was accessing the tower, they're providing coverage. Device, it was accessing the tower, they're providing coverage for 2:30 down concourse for
So
midnight.
consistent with the area across town. Consistent up till the area across town. Up till 2:35
Device
a.m.
access to towers that could provide coverage. The device access gas station that could provide coverage for the Valero gas station.
Entirely different area, Memphis, right?
Yes, sir, near the university.
Entirely different area, Memphis,
The
right?
device then returned to the area of the crosstown concourse. The device then returned to the area of the crosstown concourse by 4:49. The device was accessing the tower providing coverage. The device was accessing the tower providing coverage from 9:56 a.m. concourse to 11:06 a.m. From 9:56 a.m. to 11:06. The device was accessing towers that provided coverage. The device was accessing towers that provided coverage 12:02 for the area of Lamar and Sims from 12:02.
Different area of Memphis than Crosstown.
Yes, sir.
Different area of Memphis than Crosstown.
Yes, sir.
Well, by 12:02, it's in the area, by 12:02, it's in the area of the coverage area, including Lamar. Also, the time frame in which we see the phone calls from this phone to Cornelius Smith, the phone calls from this phone to Cornelius Smith. Okay.
Next slide. Right. And the device was accessing towers that provide coverage for the area. The device was accessing towers that provide coverage for the area of 2370 Boulevard and 1220 during the time of the shooting, between 12:20.
Towers that cover homicide scene. Towers that cover homicide scene. Time of homicide.
Then the device went to the area of Shelby Drive and Two-Lane Road. Then the device went to the area of Shelby Drive and Two-Lane Road. It was Gospel Gardens 159.
Entirely different area of Memphis?
Gospel
Yes, sir.
Gardens.
Entirely different area
Tower
of Memphis.
provides
Coverage
Yes,
to
sir.
Gospel Garden used to be called Two-Lane. Tower provides coverage to Gospel Garden used to be called Two-Lane
Then
Park.
the device went to the area of Hickory Hill Drive and Valleydale Drive. The device went to the area of Hickory Hill Drive and Valleydale Drive to 526, 222s in the Hickory Hill area. To
He
526.
leaves the area of the Gospel Garden.
Yes, sir.
He leaves the area of the
Then the
Gospel
device
Garden.
went to the area of Walnut Grove and Humphreys Boulevard. The device went to the area of Walnut Grove and Humphreys Boulevard. From 548 records to map to the 548.
So you didn't-
There was no
you
records
weren't-
after that.
You didn't get any more records of location. You weren't information that you didn't get any more records of location information that you could map after 548.
Correct.
Now this is Cornelius Smith's phone. Now this is Cornelius Smith's phone.
Cornelius Smith, summarized phone number 513-623-901. And this is also 513-623-6. And this is also based. The device was accessing towers that provided coverage for the area of Lamar. The device was accessing towers that provided coverage for the area of Bradley between 12 p.m. and 1168 Bradley between 12 p.m. And the device continually accessed a tower that provided coverage for 1168 Bradley. Accessed a tower that provided coverage for 1168 Bradley from 12.
It's during that time period that everything's incoming.
Yes,
It's
sir.
during that time period that everything's incoming.
Yes, sir. And then going to voicemail. The device accessed towers that provided coverage for the area of Lamar. The device accessed towers that provided coverage for the area of Lamar and Sims until.
Do you know where Pressure World Car Wash is?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you know where Pressure World Car Wash is?
The device traveled around the city to the downtown. The device traveled around the city 20 p.m. to the downtown area between 3:20 p.m. The device returned the area of 1168 Bradley. The device returned the area of 1168 Bradley between 4:60. There were no records to map after 4:59 p.m. And there were no records to map after 4:59 p.m.
Thank you, Agent. No further questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Agent. No further questions.
Yes, sir.
Be good time for a break. Be good time for a break.
We heard part of this testimony. It's heard part of this testimony. So let's just take a lunch break. So let's just take a lunch break. Let's break
What stands in recess to 2 o'clock? What stands in recess to 2 o'clock?
when you ran, came behind the counter, I knew who you was.
When I came behind the counter. So mama, he did not know who I was, so I came
Yes,
behind
I
the
did.
counter.
I seen you. Why did you come from this way though?
I didn't come from that way.
No, you came from where the trash can is. Why you
No,
come?
I didn't.
Oh.
See what I mean? Who knows what's going on?
Hey, look, you got to clean that freezer. All the little nasty ice stuff.
It melted, it came
Italian ice.
out.
Yeah. Look at that.
Oh. I got your back, buddy.
Put it out here so it won't. Outside. Why you gonna mess up the trash can and then gonna leak in the trash
bag in
can?
it.
Yeah, but the bag get holes in it.
The bag got holes in it.
It get holes in
Man, that's Tootie doing. She the one that tore them stuff like that. I didn't know she tore it like that. Cause I had her pull them apart. Come, see how I come in? He fussing at me. And why my back door open?
Oh, that door.
Cause when I had
it.
Tootie,
Rocky got a phone to fix.
I had Tootie and I made her tear apart the tiny ice freeze pop things, and I guess it ripped a little bit and it melted.
Ripped it a little bit.
Oh, front door. Oh, front door.
I see why y'all get it by myself. These are actually good. Mm-hmm. Not for y'all. Why would you do that? Mm. Cause he didn't expect you to open it. That is insane.
You ever got friends on Facebook and you read some of your statuses and you be like, bitch, shut the fuck up.
You acting that before.
Cause every time I read actually text messages on messages on Facebook, posts on Facebook, I be like, bitch, shut the fuck up.
Mm.
Like she just said the will eat till she throw up just a little go. Why don't you feed her until she throw up, dummy?
Why would you want to know that?
Why? You overfeed the damn 1-year-old. You think that's cute?
Oh man, I'm not even clocked in. Mom, look what you did.
Fault. Front. Door. Fault. Back. Door. Fault. Front. Door.
man.
That's it?
That's what?
I had expected a little more. I thought by being cool with Dickerson, a whole new world would open up. In school.
That'll be fine.
Whoa. It's not just free. That's my man.
After class.
And give me a number. That's my man.
Even in the streets.
Yeah, baby. Hey. Wanna arrest him? That's my man.
Oh, my God. Hey, sorry. Hey, yeah, no problem.
Yo, you just gonna knock my man's stuff out his hand and not pick it up? Sorry.
Caruso knows how to say sorry?
Anyway, what you want?
Nothing.
My man.
Back at home, I wasn't the only one who needed a new man on the job.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Jones. Exactly the man I was looking for. Is everything all right?
Actually, I got a bit of a situation. You wouldn't know anyone looking for a job, would you?
Me! I want a job! Me! What kind of job? I mean, I might be interested.
If my father had been a rapper, his name would have been Snoop Jobby Job.
Don't you already have 2 jobs? You want another one?
That's like asking Amy Winehouse if she wants another drink.
Well, what's the job?
Well, my assistant died today.
Oh, no. What happened?
Well, he went to a dollar theater to watch the movie Airplane, when ironically, a chemical toilet fell out of an airplane, crashed through the roof, and crushed him. Tragic. Anyway, I need a replacement.
What would I have to do?
Well, pick up deliveries.
That's what I already do.
Well, all right then, you're hired. Here you go. Now the van's out front.
Well, what's this?
Oh, the address to the theater. I need you to pick up my dead assistant, row J, seat 15. And I believe he's entitled to a refund, so you keep that as a signing bonus. With a new job and a signing bonus, my father thought he had been hit by a chemical toilet and gone to heaven. Meanwhile, doing Dickerson's work was killing me.
Yo, Chris. You didn't finish that homework?
Yeah. My homework. I did yours last night. It's a complete timeline of the significant events that led up to World War I.
My man. Hey, give me a sandwich. Turkey with cheese and mayo on it.
They don't have that today.
I got it across the street.
Cool.
My man.
Hey, Walter.
Hey, Carol. You hungry? My man was just about to give me a sandwich.
I'll take one.
Make that 2.
Cool.
My man.
Dude, just then, am I crazy? Or when Dickerson said my man, was he talking to you?
Yeah, he was talking to me.
That's awesome. You're like his number 2 guy now. It's like Chico and the man. My man Godfrey, our man Flynn. I can't even imagine. The perk's gotta be great.
Well, so far the only perk is Caruso saw me earlier and then punched me in the face.
What's up, Parrish? Hey, Bert. So what's up with you and Dickerson? You guys hanging out? That's your man? You're cool?
Basically, yeah.
What about you? You cool with Dickerson too?
No, just him.
Cool.
Greg did a nice job of waiting 10 seconds before crying. After a full day of hanging with Dickerson, I was hung up at home too.
Boy, put that away. You got that much work you have to do it during dinner?
I have a lot this week. I was up late last night. I was just trying to get it done.
What's up, Chris? True? Baby girl? Smells good. Rochelle, did you do something new with your hair?
How come?
It looks great. Doesn't your mother's hair look great? Well, I think it looks great.
Can I get finger waves in my hair? You got finger wave money?
I can give her finger waves. All you need is a perm kit, holding gel, some gloves on your fingers.
I don't think so, baby.
I'll give you $10 if you need it.
You been drinking?
No, I just feel good today.
Daddy, you said you just paid for finger waves.
Did you get knocked over your head and forget you were broke?
No.
you with a rich guy?
No.
Can I get new earrings?
Sure.
What's going on with you?
What are you talking about?
You singing and dancing and willing to pay for finger waves and earrings?
Are you leaving us for a white woman?
No. It's just being at this new job. I'm with dead people everywhere I go. It just makes me feel like I need to appreciate life a little more. Oh, this is good. What is this, baby?
Vegetables.
Kids try this? Chris, pass me the big piece of carrot.
I don't know how you can stand being around all those dead people.
I love it. It makes you realize that life is short. Anything can happen at any time. A toilet could fall out of the sky and crush you. A bus door could clamp on your neck and choke you. A lizard could escape from the zoo and bite you. It could fall off a bridge and drown you.
Will. Did you do it?
It was the lion and the type of clothes I have. And shit built like a pin down in you, raggedy, raunchy bitch. Let me show you something, you big butt. Let me show you something, you big Bertha butt. Let me show you something, you big Bertha built body ass bitch. It was the lighting and the type of clothes I have on. Nothing about me screams built like a motherfucking pin, you raggedy raunchy bitch.
my shoes in the video.
What? I'm not even making up any of them funky nasty shoes. You got actually see. Y'all don't want them shoes in my video. I'm not even making a
Oh, your phone ring.
Okay, well, I would like to sincerely apologize about my actions. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings for accusing you of something that you did not mean. It was simply a miscommunication, and it will not happen again. I sincerely apologize, and I hope we can move forward with this, from this altercation.
Well, I would like to sincerely apologize about my actions. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings for accusing you of something that you did not mean. It was simply a miscommunication.
Okay, so I would like to take this moment and apologize for my actions. I did not mean anything when I said inside that video. I really do hope we can move forward from this altercation. It was simply a miscommunication and misunderstanding. It will not happen again. And next time I will try to. I'm not saying that. But I sincerely apologize.
So, I would like to take this moment and apologize for my actions. I did not mean anything that I said inside that video. I really do hope we can move forward from this altercation.
like to take this moment and sincerely apologize for what I said in that video. I did not mean anything in that video, and I'm sorry for accusing you of saying something that you did not mean. Okay, I would like to take this moment and sincerely apologize for making that video. I did not mean anything about that video, and I apologize if I hurt your feelings for saying those harsh things about me. I apologize for accusing you of saying something that you did not say or that you did not intend. I simply took it out of context. I hope you accept my apology, and I hope we can move forward from this altercation. Sincerely, B.
Okay, I would like to take this moment and sincerely apologize for making that video. I did not mean anything about that video.
Okay, so I would like to take this moment and sincerely apologize for making that video and the harsh language that I used. I apologize for making you feel any type of way about that video. You are not a raggedy, raunchy bitch. You are a sincerely genuine person. And I just want to sincerely apologize. Okay, so I would like to take this moment and apologize for my actions and apologize for what I said inside that video. I did not mean anything by it, and I apologize for accusing you of saying something that you did not. It was simply miscommunication, and I misunderstood what you had said. I really do hope that we can move past this altercation, but yes, I sincerely apologize.
So, I would like to take this moment and apologize for my actions and apologize for.
Okay, so I would like to take this moment and sincerely apologize for my actions. I apologize for making that video and saying those harsh things about you. It will not happen again. I sincerely apologize, and I really do wish that we can move forward from this altercation and become closer than ever. Sincerely, you.
So, I would like to take this moment and sincerely apologize for my actions.
to it that Monday. I need a transfer and a withdrawal. So I only need you to transfer 1,000 and withdraw the rest and leave $50 in there. All the bad toxins. But that's what I was just, I thought you were going to have the withdrawals. Oh. Like a little shot thing. Had to seal it and everything. He opened it, dropped it. It's good. Yeah, man. But when they said come down, it was it's man's nectar or something like that. Like it was fire. Man, that man was man. see where you was at. God damn, Sal. Shit. Cause I went to my phone, I'm like, let me, I'm about to text you. And so I went to my phone, and like, Marcel sharing his location with you for an hour. So I'm like, so I look at it, I see your car moving fast. I'm like, damn. So I call your phone and it hung right up. I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm like, damn, let me call Travis or Jefferson who down there. We was in Selma, so you know, I ain't know what was going on. It shared your location to me. It said it for an hour. After an hour, you know how you remember, you show your location for an hour and then it go away. But I guess it just popped because the hour just started. So I'm like, what the fuck? So that's when I called your phone and then it picked up and hung right back up. I didn't go to voicemail. Oh, okay. Yeah, man, but like, I just looked at it. I ain't never seen it. Yeah, that shit scared me, man. I'm like, what the fuck going on? Cause I'm like, damn, he flying. He passed 219 because from the map, it looked like, I'm saying, from the map, it looked like an intersection. I'm like, damn, he ain't even stopped at the intersection. I'm like, what going on? That's why, man, I had to come to the back of the store, nigga, heart beating, like, what the fuck? Like, can't nobody get him in no trunk. Like, like, okay. Yeah, damn. I ain't lying. Hey, see, I can see the motherfucker now. They stop, put their hand on the knee. Hold on, man. Let's think this. Now, asking the other guy, what are you gonna grab? You gonna grab his feet or you gonna grab their head? Who one you? Oh man, you been watching the young dog trials and stuff? Oh, so the setup gonna be in the field now. Turner Paul. The setup gonna be in Turner Paul. Oh my God. Ned, my daddy called. I don't know which one is either Ned or Ed. He called him about see if I can set up over there across from Berean. They're like, no. He said, tell Mike to come set up out there. He said, we gonna be security out there at the Turner Paul. He said if you want to get a boo, he just need to call Brian Moe. Like I told my dad, I said, they're like, man, that's where you need to go. Right there. I said, look, Dad, I know it sounds good. I said, I'm just be honest with you. I said, the people at that back to school, them ain't the people I'm looking for. I'm looking for them old white folks, somebody gonna pay their bill. I'm not looking. I said, half of the people gonna be there. They come from out of town anyway, so they're gonna be just me wasting my time trying to get them a flyer about. I need to get them people coming through Marion, give them a hot dog, give them some cold to drink. Go tell your sister, cousin, you know what I'm saying? Make these $5, $10. Everybody you send me, that's what they want to hear, I need them old white folks to gonna make sure they bill get paid here, but no chargebacks coming back. Yeah, so you understand. So he said he was set I could set up over there at Berean. That was my reset, but he said they got tomorrow. Saturday. When people pass away or repay.
police trying to, I think it was jury on him. One of them niggas trying to get their stuff back. That folk crazy. I thought you would call me and tell me I gotta go to court. Them folks still ain't saying nothing, did it? They ain't stunned me then, cause they ain't got no DA. Yeah, it just rained down here and it stopped. Shalice and peed on herself and whatnot, cause them folks took too long to take a drug test. They took too long. She had drunk all that water. Yeah. Man, I don't know. That medicine got Shalice throat. I ain't gonna tell her. But yeah. No, I took her back home and I gave up on that storage. I couldn't afford it, so I just let them go ahead and have my stuff. I couldn't make that happen. TV is at Centella house, but my bed and my washing machine, all that stuff was in the storage room. It's alright, I get it back. I done get it before, I get it again.